Let me try this again. No, I don't want to. No. I don't want to reset the stream key. Oh, here it goes. Oh, man, that's crazy. On my end, it wasn't not showing up. That's crazy. Let's see if I don't want to. No. I don't want to reset. Oh, good. It just came on. All right, good. Hi, Bucky, and hi, everybody. So, well, today was an eventful and not eventful day. I don't really think it was an eventful day, even though there was a black glove found. The black glove is causing a lot of people to think it's planted. The black glove, people think might be something. Some people think it might be something. Some people think it might be planted. It was 1.5 miles away from Nancy's house, and it was found by some FBI agents on the side of the road, as you can see in the thumbnail. You probably heard about it 1,000,000 times already. And then they started doing a grid search across from Nancy's house. Hi, White Angel. So, yeah, I guess they'll take the freaking glove and see, hi, baby doe, see what's going on with it. But you think that this black glove is going to be the major thing in here? You think this is something major? He had so many layers of gloves on. What is it really going to even mean? It's probably going to have nothing on it, even if it was his. Hi, Mr. Shannon. It's like they are creating the story for us. Yeah. Day by day, like a Hollywood series. Yeah. And it really looks a little sus, doesn't it? Especially when the girl goes like this. Did you see it? She goes, "What'd you find, a glove?" Okay? And it doesn't look like that glove has been there for 11 days. So let's just think about it. If that glove was where it was for 11 days, do you seriously think it would be like that for 11 days? And those black nitrile gloves, I have them in my house. I use them all the time for things around the house. That could have been anybody's glove. And it could have easily been planted there. It's crazy. Well, let's say we found a glove today because everybody's scrutinizing everything we're doing. Yeah. Did you guys see the footage of when they find the glove? And she goes, "What'd you do? Find a glove?" And he's literally bending down on the side of the road with the paper bag to put the evidence in. Did you guys see that? I put about as much stock in that as I do that water bottle of Gabby Petito's that was planted and found. You know, you got to be skeptical of everyone today, especially someone that wants to find something, whether it's a YouTuber or whatever. The FBI, I don't know. After I talked with my daughter a little bit about things, she says, you know, she feels really bad for that guy that they took into custody last night. They broke his doors, you know, or his mother-in-law's doors and all that. And then let him go. And no press conference. No nothing to even say what's going on. Now, somebody also said in here, Seeker, that Savannah Guthrie went back to work. I don't know that that's true. But, manager, hold on, I'll give you the specifics of the black glove that was found. Hang on. Oh, and then the new ransom note to TMZ. I forgot to even put that big thing in. Okay. Here, let me show you this. I don't. There you go. Swallowed my coffee the wrong way. Okay, hold on. Get over there. No, you're not paying attention. Get over there the right way, Mr. Picture, please. Okay, guys. It's dusty over there in Arizona. It's everything. You think that's been there for 11 days like that? Really? And the guy, when he's picking it up, come on. This is not in the middle. I'll show, let me see if I can show you. Okay, here. Hold on. I got a better one for you, okay? Hold on. This is like, it really looks like they're filming a movie right now when I show you this part. All right. Cue the glove scene, guys. Okay. And they even look like actors, like from CSI or something. All right, we're filming the glove scene now. Action. What'd you find? She's like, what'd you find? A glove? It's a glove. Oh my gosh, it's a glove. It could be the missing piece in Nancy Guthrie's disappearance. It's ridiculous. Here, okay, and here's the other thing. Hurry, get an evidence bag. And watch, it'll come back with the missing piece in Nancy Guthrie's disappearance. If that happens, then I'm going to be convinced, okay? Absolutely convinced that we've been set up 100% on this thing. Okay, so it was found on the ground 1.5 miles from Nancy Guthrie's home. And ironically, guys, it was found the day after the stuff was released with the guy having these black nitrile gloves on. Dun, 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 dun. Okay. Yeah, so you tell me what you think about that, right? FBI agents have recovered a black glove from a roadside 1.5 miles from Nancy Guthrie's house. Is it potentially a major clue in the case for missing Nancy Guthrie? Detectives found the item, which just happens to look like what the armed kidnapper had on video yesterday. They found it about 1.5 miles away. Just there, side of the road. Okay, I wish somebody had footage of this side of the road. Anybody, any YouTuber that's been traveling around, do you have footage of this side of the road? Where they are? Let me show you this where they are, okay? Hold on. Wait a second. He must have dropped his glove and got into a vehicle right there on the highway. Okay, so anyway, I don't know. I'm going to take a poll on what you guys think about this, if you think this is crazy or what. But investigators would not comment when asked about that potential piece of evidence. The person of interest that was detained yesterday, Carlos Palazuelos, was a delivery driver from the border town of Rio Rico. Now free, he insisted he had nothing to do with Nancy Guthrie's abduction, hadn't even heard of the woman, and demanded an apology from authorities. Meanwhile, a mysterious note was sent to TMZ demanding a Bitcoin transfer in exchange for information about the person that took Nancy Guthrie. TMZ reported that a $67,000 payment would be needed, and they would get the name of the individual involved. The letter is the third alleged note sent out since Nancy was last seen on January 31st. Harvey Levin, of course, the host of TMZ, said this, okay? It contained the details of a working Bitcoin address. All right. And then after that glove was found, they went and did this grid search in front of Nancy's house. There was a lot of the media camped out there. And so it was a presence that was, of course, filmed and everything. You know, oh, look, what are they looking for? Are they looking for pieces of the camera? Are they looking for the missing piece of something? You know, something about the pacemaker going off, and now there's something over here. There were a million different theories of what was going on, but at the end of the day, there was no press conference, and nothing was said about the glove that was found by the FBI. So, whatever. Hold on, I've got to stop myself here because I've got myself playing there. All right, so, hi, Ken. Yeah, of course I missed you. What do you think about this black glove, huh? You think this is... What do you think about it? I want everybody here to put your thoughts in the chat. Let's get this party going. Is Ken our jokester? Wait, who was the one that was making the jokes about the juice concentrate and all that? Was that Ken? Is that Ken making the jokes? Ken, is that you making the jokes, or was that the other? Was that Ken? It was Ken, right? Making the jokes? So what do you say about this? If the glove doesn't fit and you must acquit. Yeah, it's crazy. I think it's crazy. And if it comes out like, oh, wow, we tested that glove and it links it to this guy over here. You know, isn't that just nuts? It's a nitrile glove. I bring nitrile gloves all over with me. Yeah. And you know what? If I was there on location, I'd have nitrile gloves with me because I use them when I pump gas or anything else. They're with me all the time. They could come from anywhere, but the point that it's not even dusty and it was just sitting there, didn't even look like it had been trampled on or anything. They might never solve it. Oh, high speed. You're just so... They'll solve it. They'll solve it. I think they know exactly what happened here. I don't know. I'm getting a funny feeling that they're writing this now, and then this is going to be the big clue or something. I don't know anymore. I really don't. It seems like it really is crazy. Oh, and somebody said, Seeker said that Savannah Guthrie went back to work. Is that true? I'm going to check that out. I don't think that's true, is it? Well, do you know that Savannah, I don't watch her, okay? But she returned January 26th. She had vocal cord surgery. I don't see, I think it was you, Seeker, that said she returned to work. I'm not seeing that at all. Where did you see that? Because she has not gone back to work. It says there is no scheduled date for Savannah Guthrie to return to the Today Show. Some say she may never return. Where did you guys see that? Or I mean, Seeker, where did you see that? Because it doesn't say that. They are literally asking the public to do their job for them. Yeah, you got to see the interview of the delivery driver. It's like so crazy at this point. Which delivery driver do you mean? The one that they detained, or which delivery driver? And the reality is Savannah cannot return to TV. I thought this the other day. You thought this the other day? Why? Tell me why you think that. Hi, Rosalita. Tell me why you think that, Mr. Shannon. Why do you think she can never return to TV? I'll tell you my own thought on it in a minute. UHC says, Carolyn, I've yet to see a total lack of control from law enforcement on how to secure a crime scene. It's a Three Stooges episode. Do we know why they detained him? I haven't been able to watch anything on this at all. I'm telling you, my daughter said, she's like, I would never live there. She's like, that police chief and everybody, they're so incompetent. She's like, that's crazy. She was supposed to go to the Olympics. Yes, I know that. But why did you say that she could never return again? Because she should be at the Olympics? Is that what you're saying? Or you mean that she can never return again? Oh, like how can she go back on TV and smile at viewers and expect viewers to take her seriously when these weird events happen to her, like almost embarrassing? Well, what you mean if her family is involved? Because if her family isn't involved and it's some strange person that took her mother, that really isn't something on her. People would feel sorry for her. But, you know, with all of this going on, I don't know. She might get a lot of people that would like to see her back and doing things, or maybe she'll go and do something like, hey Greg, how are you? You felt the police department doesn't deal with these type of crimes and they are way over their head and they should have called the FBI right away to help them. I think she'd be ripped apart if she acted cheerful during this horrific time. Yeah, but what about later on? Okay. Yeah, she wouldn't just be like, oh, look at this. Oh, wow, that's a great lip gloss. How much is it? Because they're like, your mother's missing. Um, but yeah, I don't know about afterwards. Also, she's almost a liability to whatever corporation hires her, like she's already putting NBC in a tough spot, no fault of their own. The motion picture industry is shallow. She probably will not be invited back on that show. What show? The motion picture industry is shallow. She'll probably not be invited back on that show. What show? Carolyn, I think in the end, Grandma is in Italy on vacation. Just didn't tell anyone. Yeah, but it's not her fault this happened, says Greg. Most police departments focus on tickets and domestic violence. Anything more annoys them. I don't agree with that, high speed. I don't agree with that. If there's a lot of police that, it depends on where they are. A lot of them, if they're in an area that has a lot of homicides, then they're dealing with that. If they have they're not all like Barney Fife, you know, it's not like Mayberry all over. Some places are like Mayberry, and they may not get a lot of stuff like this, right? But there are police that deal with homicides on a daily. The show, that was the Today Show, Julie. Oh, you're messing me up because you said the motion like she was in a movie. That's the Today Show. Reality TV. You know what I mean, a morning program. A magazine show, whatever the heck you want to call it. Live with. She's with Jenna Bush, isn't she? You live in a Mayberry. I live in a Mayberry too, but not everybody does high speed. Los Angeles is not a Mayberry. Cops are used to stuff over there. New York City's not a Mayberry. Cops are used to all kinds of stuff over there. New Orleans is not a Mayberry. You know, I mean, it depends where they are. Why did he bring a gun to kidnap an 84-year-old lady? Why did he bring a gun? Well, what if she had one? I don't know. She could have one also. I don't know. Why bother covering some black glove found? The police really don't even know what they're doing now. Cover world news because this case has put important topics on the pause. Stop falling for this. Okay, Seal, thanks for your input. I've never seen you here before, but glad you could make it. And I do. If you watch and if you were here last night, we did cover other events, right? Like the school shooting in Canada. But right now we're covering this. Have you gone to all the channels that are doing this and put your 2 cents in there? Because I think a few more could use your 2 cents. Why answer that? All speculation. Seal, are you okay? Feeling okay tonight? But thank you for the views. Thank you. Oh, you're in Atlanta? Okay, yeah, black glove crazy, especially if it is innocent person. Now they could turn something upside down. Yeah. What are you so on, you calm down, Seal. See, you're already got an uppity, you're already all uppity, Seal. No.
Why so mean? See you.
See you too, Seal. Or what do they say? Not if I see you first. Not if I see you first, Seal. Hi, Linda Uribe. For the 6th time, the police went to the home of the son-in-law. Linda Uribe, this is the first time that I've seen you put that in there. So if you put that in there for 6 times, something happened to you on the first 5 times. Because I'm just saying it for the first time, Linda Uribe. Linda Uribe, are you saying right now? They've been at the house, they've been at the son-in-law's house, that I know. But are you saying right now? This moment, right now? Hi, Linda Uribe. Hello, B lady. What? Why does Linda Uribe think she said that 6 times? Linda Uribe, I'm telling you, that's the first time I see it. Does anybody see Linda Uribe's comment 6 times? Oh, okay. Never mind, Linda. For the 6th time today, they went to her house. Okay, I thought you were like, Carolyn, this is the 6th time I'm putting it in the chat. And I'm like, I only see your comment once. Oh my goodness. Mr. Shannon says, and with the last ransom note, why did they only ask for 1 Bitcoin? Why not 2 or 10? Because I don't even believe it's anything connected to that. She means that they went there 6 times. I think they were still canvassing around the neighborhoods, but 6 times. Let me see here. I've seen so many stupid things. Let's see here. Oh, listen to this. Listen to this headline here. Today, viewership surges as Savannah Guthrie's mom remains missing. Viewership for the Today Show has soared as audiences tune in for updates on anchor Savannah Guthrie's 84-year-old missing mother. The NBC program's audience jumped 23% last week, adding 624,000 viewers from the same period last year. Wow. Okay, so what are they saying? Keep this going longer because we're getting more views on the Today Show? What is this about? Okay. So that, there's so much freaking false stuff out there. Who is putting this stuff out there? So what do you guys think that there was no press conference today to address the person detained, any of the way they're moving forward, or the glove that was found, or the grid search in front of Nancy's house, or the images that were released, or any of that? How come there was no press conference? You guys have any idea on that? What's that you found? A glove? Hold on, I'm trying to get back to the chat. The hamsters are really slow in running the computer tonight. Okay. B-Lady says, I watched a few videos of the person of interest. He lives south of Tucson, and they figure this is one reason they stopped him. The IP address. I don't know that I've heard that. Hi, Slam RN. I think they know the masked person. What was Annie? Slam, are you serious? You think that the person that was on the camera was Annie? Really? Do you really think that? Or are you trying to be funny? I don't know whether you're trying to be funny. Linda, yep, those tests take a long time. They said unless they can report no updates. Yeah, but what about, there is new stuff, right? They found a glove. They did the grid search. They had that man that was detained. Like what? I don't know. I wonder if they will play the rest of the Nest camera videos. What do you mean the rest of them? You're really convinced that that was Annie? Wow. Slam thinks that that person is Annie. Wow, that's, I don't know. Why, can you tell me why you think that? Because you can see the person seems to have a mustache though, Slam. Detainee was obviously not involved. I saw his interview. Not Annie, or else she would not have to do all this. She would have been understanding of the setting. She would have been understanding of the setting. Honestly, when I first saw the video of the folks around the camera, etc., I also thought one of them. What do you mean one of them? There's only one person. One of them. B lady, there's only one person. Slam didn't see a mustache. Mustache could be fake. Can I put the exact mask on people to see what they look like with it on? Oh, can AI? Yeah, but I don't know that that's exact. I've seen people try to manipulate the image with AI and it comes out looking different. Yeah, the son-in-law has a mustache and a beard. Yeah, I don't think it's Annie. I don't think it's Annie. I don't even think that's Annie's body. And how tall is Annie? Oh, yeah, you should have been. We showed all that yesterday and showed you that it was one person. Yeah. Couldn't figure if it was a mustache or a second black mask. But do you think it's Annie? Does anybody think it's Annie other than Slam? No, high speed. The son-in-law doesn't have a criminal record that I know of. Mommy rambling. Slam says the person never looked around, was comfortable in the setting, was so dumb not to bring tape to cover the camera. An amateur, I think it is. I think she had layers of clothing. Hi, Lewis. The eyes look feminine. The mustache could be fake, says Lewis, but the suspect is very tall. Hi, Super Chat Cat. Okay, ask away. Son-in-law has a salt and pepper mustache. The one on the camera was black. Could have colored it. All you need is some shoe polish. Someone in the inner circle has a criminal record. I forget his name. It's not the son-in-law. It's someone else. UHP says, has anyone in the family been able to go to work since Grandma disappeared? I don't know. Mr. Shannon says no, because Annie knows her mother's house. She wouldn't have to sneak around. She could have left a back door open or something. She probably already has a key to the house. Correct. I bet there are people already confessing for attention. For attention? What kind of attention do you want? You want that kind of attention? I don't know. You got to be really hard up for some kind of attention like that. I could see there's people that say they have tips because they want attention, but people that are confessing for attention? Yikes. Does anyone think it's the bandmate? I don't know. I don't like just going in and implicating everybody and their brother. Don't you think, though, that they've already heard all this and they would have looked at them already? It's not unusual for false confessions from nutty people, so high speed. Okay. I don't know. I mean, that's some tension. And then someone could have hired the man. Yeah, Linda, yeah, they could have. And remember that they had 10 hours. You have to remember that. They had 10 hours before the police were called. How did the person get in? Knocked on the door and she opened it at that time of night to a stranger? Yeah, that's what's weird. That's what's really weird. Especially if she notices, like, she can't check who's there with her camera to see. Even if it didn't have a subscription, she probably would be able to see the camera. If she knew that it was not working or something, ripped out, disconnected, why would she even open that door at night like that? And boy, if I lived alone and I was even getting ready to open a door like that, I think I'd have 911 on the phone or right ready to dial. That's weird. So maybe the person did have a key to the house. You know that? We don't know that they didn't have a key to the house. They were just taking the camera out. Maybe they thought they could do something with, but then if they had the key, then the person would tell them there's a camera there. So that doesn't make so much sense at all. That doesn't make a lot of sense. There's a metal screen door. That makes a lot of noise. Right? A metal screen door, And? Back door was left open, but he was at the... You're thinking that they just went to the front to disable the camera and went in the back door? And how do you know the back door was left open? Because that has not been confirmed by the police. Just saying. Just saying. That's not been confirmed by the police. Before, people said there was forced entry at the back door, okay? And that wasn't confirmed. That's why a security door is a deal breaker for me. I have them front and back. Musette says she could have checked her phone. Super Chat says nobody answers the door anymore unless they're notified first. Sebastian Maniscal, I was just thinking about that. That's right. Shut the lights. Everybody down on the floor. Yeah. Someone knew there was an extra key is kept or has a key. The sheriff did not say that, Julie. We went through the stuff that was verified, and it wasn't. A lot of people had said that there was forced entry in the back and this and that, and they said they have not confirmed nor denied. So that was that. But you're saying they went there to take the camera out and then went in the back? I don't know. What about footprints from these sneakers? How come there's no, if they went around the back, how do you get around to the back of her house? Isn't there, they don't have lawns, they have sand and rocks, right? So wouldn't there be footprints? Those sneakers, wouldn't they make prints? How come there's no photos of what the back scene looks like? Did he grab the flowers to get on her good side, offering flowers? No. No, they were to hide his face and when he's taking the camera out and stuff and to do something with the camera. I'm wondering if this wasn't totally spontaneous and random. No way! How could it be? High speed? Look what they were wearing. Could never be spontaneous or random. Just an opportunist who's probably long gone and the woman's probably no longer with us. But why would they do it high speed? Nothing was stolen to make it appear a robbery or anything. Yeah, stone or a rock path, but what about from going around the house? There's got to be sand. How come they don't get any footprints if he did that? I don't understand. He was already covering the camera with his hand. Yeah, I know. It doesn't make that much sense, Mr. Shannon. Dane says, that's her face. What, Dane? There is a lot of police cannot speak about... Yeah, I realize that. And they did show the pool and the backyard is cement. But she also has pictures on Facebook. She says outside her back window and there is sand. So, I don't know. They may have stolen something they haven't said either way. Were the flowers dead? No, Ken. They were white, it looked like, and they were like very, like a spray almost, looked like. Like they cascaded down. It's not a lie. You look at the stills, her eyebrows match the person with the mask. Lewis says, what I don't understand is he wanted to kill her. He doesn't need to bring her anywhere. Right. And you think it's her daughter too, Dane? I'm just throwing ideas out there because this case is aggravating. It seems like it should have been solved fast. I hear you, high speed. I don't mind. Back, the son-in-law's buddy in the band who played the drums was arrested. Okay. In the same county. All right. That doesn't mean anything. He could have changed his ways. They may have been bags in the backpack to take items. And there could have been a tarp in the backpack to take someone. There could have been a lot of things, right? Could have been a change of clothes. Could have been tape. Could have been bungee cords. Could have been lots of things. Dane says nothing was stolen. Backpack seemed very full. Yes, it did. I think it did too, have a blanket or a tarp. I think so. I think so. Because the way it was packed, it seemed like that. Oh, because you don't believe people can change, B-Lady? Do you know what they say? That's your past, not a life sentence? People change. There are people that do change. I still say this starts and ends with the family until they are cleared. Just my thoughts. Yeah, they should tell you that they've been cleared. Hi, Nora. Wonder if they found out where they purchased those backpacks. The news was speculating what was in those backpacks. People can very much change. I'm a walking example. You and many other people love everything 80s. You do know the drama and daughter were in an argument earlier that day. We don't know that they were in an argument earlier that day. We don't know that. Okay. You need a presser for real, yeah. Grandma. Well, we don't know. They might have been and they might not have been. I don't know. We don't know for sure. We can't say for sure. We can't say it for sure. I don't think so, B-Lady. He's a podcast host. I'm sure he's got podcasts to host. Let's see. Bucky Ann says, on a side note, yeah, I know that. Very sad. They said Walmart sells those book bags. They have not been cleared. Son-in-law, we do know he was the last to see her. Yeah. And they haven't they haven't said anything, and I think they just said everyone is a suspect. They haven't said anyone has been cleared. It's very crazy. Really crazy. It's calm now, kind of like, so is this the calm before the storm? Is this, sometimes that happens, then people think they're not doing anything, like there's nothing happening, and then boom, something happens. So maybe tomorrow will be a day. I don't know. Sometimes they're just waiting. You know? Let's see if there's any updates. Let's see. Let me take a look. Let's take a look, kids. I did get a lot of this stuff I had to get done for this other foundation I'm trying to help. Just a little more work on that tomorrow, and it should be good to go for them. So that's good. All right, let's see. What's the latest? Recording even after being... Okay, people are saying now that Bitcoin wallet is showing signs of movement. I don't know why, but this is kind of 57 seconds ago. Activity detected in Bitcoin account allegedly linked to Nancy Guthrie's ransom note, TMZ's Harvey Levin. But is that the tweet is from 57 seconds ago, and there's another one from 25 seconds ago, but I don't know whether they're tweeting something old, so I'll have to check. Here's a third one, 26 seconds ago. I'd say it's probably a new thing from Harvey Levin. Unusual movement spotted in a Bitcoin wallet tied to Nancy Guthrie ransom note. It's the first on-chain activity since the 84-year-old disappeared, raising fresh questions about the case. How would that raise any questions about the case if the family didn't put anything in there? What is activity? What are they talking about? They're saying that there's something. Hold on, let me see. Fox 11. Let's see. See, then I go to Fox 11 and there's nothing. That stuff is not new. Why are they all posting it in a frenzy? Just merely seconds ago, multiple accounts just went in and churned that out. So is there someone doing some kind of a podcast and they're putting that out there, acting like it's happening now? Because it's not happening now. Okay, so we can forget that. All right, let's go to the next. Okay, another person that was there said they personally think someone planted that glove after the photos and surveillance of the suspect were released. I tend to agree. Somebody said that just an hour ago, and I believe it too. Oh my gosh, people are putting fake images of the suspect and a woman going with him. What are they doing on this? This is crazy. 20 minutes ago, authenticity of new surveillance video images showing Nancy Guthrie and the masked suspect leaving the house not confirmed by authorities. It looks nothing like Nancy. Ridiculous. Now watch that be true, and that is what Nancy looks like. That, come on. Something must be going wacko, because this is now the fourth 27 minutes ago, on-chain data reveals new activity from the Bitcoin address. Either someone's putting that out there right now, because I don't see it in the news, but what's up with that? Few leads in Guthrie investigation after 11 days. Neighbors deliver flowers to Nancy Guthrie's home. For some, yellow roses can symbolize death or farewell. They are sometimes used to say goodbye. They're hearing that the Catalina Foothills Homeowners Association put out a message asking for yellow roses as a sign of hope. Now someone's saying that the sheriff confirmed to a sister station a pair of black gloves. Pair is now being DNA tested. So now it's a pair. Okay. Oh, and I hear they hired a private investigator or something was around where all the media was today. And they say that one neighbor was saying that she saw a masked individual in her backyard. And others are saying they have lost total control of the scene and that it's nothing but a circus. Now they're saying that what did the person who posed as a fake private investigator look like? This is just nuts. Someone said it's unbelievable how these investigators are sloppy. Instead of securing the area, they just decided to go pick up evidence, a black glove, throw it in the bag, contaminate all the area. Unbelievable. So TMZ, again, Harvey Levin, he believes the backpack that's worn by the suspect on Nancy Guthrie's doorbell is Walmart brand Ozark Trail Hiker because of the reflective pieces on it. Because, let's face it, folks, Walmart Ozark Trail, they're the only backpack manufacturers that put reflective strips on them. Okay. So that's what Harvey did. He tracked down the type of backpack. I thought that they said like multiple times it was others. Okay. Let's see here what we got here. Could the backpack be key clue in search for Nancy Guthrie? The rumors are true that Savannah Guthrie hired a private investigator, then she's probably thinking what we all have. The sheriff botched this whole thing up. Okay, here they are again. Blockchain trackers flag suspicious transactions from the Bitcoin address. And this has to be linked to yesterday, but for some reason, someone has to be going with this now because Twitter's ablaze in the last hour talking about this Bitcoin activity. Someone's saying at least one payment was made Tuesday around 5 p.m. So who's talking about the Bitcoin wallet now that's causing this flurry of tweets to go out like this? Because this is happening from something. Okay, Walmart Ozark Trail. Let's take a look at that, okay? Because Harvey Levin says he's got it. This is what it is. Okay. Harvey says, get your good and plenty. Okay. I just popped that into Google. Hey, can I tag this for my product videos if we're looking at these? Sure. That'll be good. Okay. That'll make YouTube happy. Why can't I make this? What happened? Okay, anyway, he's saying it's this backpack. $10.88. Well, maybe if money really is an issue. I don't know, because that doesn't really look like, I don't know, I don't know, Harvey's all right there. That doesn't really look like the backpack at all. And the colors are all wrong. And it's out of stock. So I don't really think, sorry, your item is out of stock. Does anybody think that's the backpack? That looks way smaller. I don't think that's the backpack. That's not the backpack, Harvey. Does anybody think that's the backpack? Hiker backpack, that's what he said. If it was, you'd have a big Ozark Trail logo on it, number one. Number two, I don't even see those reflective things that other backpack had. Does anybody believe this is the backpack? Hold on a second. For some reason, I don't know what happened to you guys because I lost you guys. Where's my Google? Oh no. That's weird. Okay, very weird, very weird. Where's my Google? I lost you guys somewhere. My whole Google disappeared. Google. All right, I have to open up, hold on, I have to take this back because how come I'm over here? This is crazy. What is going on? Something's whacked. Hold on a second. I need to pull myself over here. This is crazy. Oh my goodness. I don't know what is going on. Okay, this is crazy. Okay, I'm going to close down all of my stuff because I can't get you back and I don't know why this is over there. There we go. Now I've got you there, but I don't know. My Google should be over here, see? And it's over here. That's not right. And I can't get to, for some reason, it's not letting the top of it is over here where I have to grab it. How the heck did that happen? What, guys? All right, let me see what I got to do here. So let me get rid of this. This is crazy. This is absolutely insane. I'm just going to shut. This is freaking nuts. What is going on? I'm just going to go and try to open up another thing here so I can try to find the chat. This is just beyond stupid. I don't know why my thing will not come over here. Why will this not come back over here? For some reason I can't grab it. What the hell is going on? Okay, at least I've got one thing over here now. Hold on a second. Now I'll shut this stupid one down. And I'll go to you, oh my gosh, yeah. Oh my gosh. That is crazy. I don't know what the deal is with that, but I'm not going to keep playing with it because okay, I'm on YouTube again, and I'm just going to go to the live. I knew that the hamsters were not doing that great, but they're really not doing a great job. It'll be amazing if any of you are still here with me. I hope so. I know I'll have my tried and trues, but sorry, you gotta love technology. I don't even know, what was I was trying to show you something about the backpack. See, I totally forgot what we were even doing. Thanks a lot, Harvey. Remember in Home Alone, look what you did, you little jerk. Look what you did, you little jerk, Harvey. Okay, there we go. Are you kidding me, Ken? How could I only have that many likes? Don't even tell me that. Are you trying to shatter me, Ken? That's not nice. I'm just joking with you. Okay. Oh my gosh. What happened? Linda, you really so creepy. What happened? Some man getting a divorce from his wife from Rolling Hills drove up our mountains and dumped the body of his wife over a cliff and has been arrested. When? Is that the one that... wait a minute. Isn't that the case that I did, Linda Uribe, the one that Scooter was interested in? Is the guy in SEO like a tech guru? And he's bald and his wife is from Iran? Let me know. It is the one? You love technology also? Later you can take a picture with your phone and Google. Yeah, I know, but I mean, I wanted to show what Harvey was showing. Look what you did, Harvey. I wonder if Linda Uribe is talking about she was found on the bottom of a 75-foot embankment, right? Oh, you don't know? This didn't happen today, right? It happened in November, and they arrested him in January, if we're talking about the same case. Not nice, Harvey. That's right. Not nice, Harvey. Little jerk. Stupid. All because I wanted to show you. Did anybody think that backpack looked like the backpack? Because I missed it all because I was having all those tech issues and couldn't see what you were saying. Did anyone think that? Oh, it happened tonight? Then it can't be that one. You're serious? Wow, that's crazy. Steve John says, did you see the video of the delivery guy peeking into the windows? Looks like, yes. Oh, that guy, yes. But that was days ago, right? It looks like he's between two storage units or something, right? I didn't think he was bald. Okay. Well, oh, wait a minute. This is Lindahl saying this or Linda Uribe? Oh, now I'm getting so confused. So confused. Linda Uribe is talking about something totally different. I asked Linda Uribe if it's this case that I covered last week that Scooter was really into, and it was about a tech guru who lived in a really, really, really rich part of California. And he was going through a divorce. And he was arrested months later, like, what was it? 2 months later, after his wife was found dead at the bottom of a 75-foot embankment. And no, it was the same one, not tonight. Oh, it was the same case that I'm talking about, right? Yeah, I was going to say that sound... You live near them? Why am I yelling like that? Like, oh, it's the same one. Why am I yelling like that? Like she can't hear me or something like that. She's going to hear me better if I yell. No, I wasn't. Lyndall. Oh, I'm so confused. Little Light, hi Little Lighty, says high-speed drifter. I think that was the case. Why was nothing taken? Oh, if that was the case. Do folks believe a civilized divorce anymore? Why is the solution to knock off your spouse? I don't know. They're not going to get away with it, that's for sure. Why would the daughter do it? 1 hour from us. Oh, wow. Okay. Yeah, Scooter was interested in that. I think I did 2 lives on that. It was in two different lives. Okay, back to the backpack. Because I missed this. Can you guys just humor me for a minute? Does anybody think that backpack is the one? Does anybody think that backpack is the one? Oh my gosh, what is going on? What in the freak is going on? Okay. This is crazy. What in the heck? This is crazy, crazy. Now I don't even know where we were anymore. I don't know why my window keeps going over there. Hold on one second. I'm just opening up a new window over here now. I'm done with that. I'm really done with it. I thought I just did that over here, but apparently it just ended up over there again. I don't know why. It doesn't do that. It's really tweaking. All right. See, I'm intentionally doing this because it's fun. I'm not. Okay. Hi, Chrissy. All right. Now, I don't know. I'm not even going to worry about it. I didn't see the answer with the backpack. I wish I did, but I think if I ask again, it's just going to get worse because I can't see what you're saying. Okay, let's do it like this. If you thought that backpack that I showed you before the whole thing, before Harvey Levin destroyed my whole stream, did it look like... Yeah, I'm messing with you, right? Did it look like the backpack? I'm just loving having these, I'm loving it. Loving having these. You want to, Luke's friend's mother. I want to show you something. I'm going to show you something, okay? Luke went to his friend's house after school today, after basketball. Hold on a minute. And he came home and he's like, his mother made tres leches cake, and then she made What else did she make? Something else. And then he's like, and then she said, Luke, you can't go home now because I'm making these things. They're like donuts and they have cream inside and apples on top. And when you get home, put powdered sugar on them. And so she sent them home. There's one left. I'll show you what it looks like. I want to just show you what this looks like. It's really good. I think there's one left unless Jimmy, no. So, I'll show you. See if we'll there are these, said they're they are like donuts. She said they were donuts. The apples are on top, and then they're filled with like a Boston cream. But they're more like a kind of like a bread donut. I don't know what he said. She calls them donuts, but they're very good, whatever they are. All right, now let me see. Did you say? Yeah, they were very good. Not cream puffs, but they're not as like, you know how cream puffs are real airy. No, this is more of like a kind of like a Danish maybe, yeah, but not really like a donut. But it was I don't know. They probably have a certain name from. I think she's Serbian. So, all right, now tell me you're hungry. They were good though, whatever they are. And she had the apples on the top of them, and they were really good. I think she sent home 4 or 5 of them. Luke had one right away, and then he's like, "Mom, do you know how to make that?" He's like, "Trace, that's 3 milk cake, right, Mom? Do you know how to make that? It was really good." Oh, what are they? Manager knows. Girl, those are, Fat Tuesdays donuts? What are they? Paxies? Paskies. Oh, is that what they are? Paskies. Tuesdays donuts. Okay. Is that? I'll have to look that up. Thank you for telling me that. Luke couldn't remember. He's like, I don't know, Mom. She said I just couldn't go home without them. Passkeys. I'll have to put that in there. Let me see. Polish donuts? I see what you say. They're Polish donuts. I don't see the ones with the apples on. Let me see if they put apples on top. To use up household fat and sugar before Lent. Apple paxi. Paxiki. I don't even know how you'd pronounce that because there's no vowel between the Z and the K. Paxi. I don't know. I'll have to ask Luke if that's what it is, but he said they're Serbian, though. Let me see, what is the last name is? Maybe I wonder what nationality their last name is. Let me just see. Yeah, well, it says, when I'm doing their last name, it says Eastern European, specifically Slavic cultures, Poland and the Ukraine. I don't know. Maybe. I'll find out. He's like, and then she was putting this dough balls, Mom. Do you know what she was doing with those? How do you make that dough? I'm like, well, I'm sure, I don't know. It's probably like the bread dough I said. It's flour, sugar, yeast. I don't know. You have to ask her for the recipe. You know, there's a lot of ways to make dough. It depends on what you're making with it. Are you making pasta? Are you making bread? Okay, see, now we went all the way around. Now I don't know what we're talking about. Donuts. Okay, zigzag. Yes, and then fast starting on Lent. Right, okay. I'll have to ask them. I will ask them. I know. That's what happens here. That's what the song says. We ramble together. We went from grandma to backpacks to donuts, now Polish donuts, now to apples. Yeah. Now we're going to go back to the backpack again, and I'm going to ask you if you think it's the backpack. Yeah, sounds like a good mom. She does, right? A good mom, doesn't she? And a good friend sending stuff home for the friend's parents. And then we had to call Ethan, and then Ethan tells him, I was there, and this mom made all this stuff. Okay, so tell me now, I'm going to ask again. Do you think that backpack looked like the backpack? I don't. No. Okay, good. Great. I just needed one answer is all. All right, so let's see. I don't know, looks bigger on the tape. I don't think it is the backpack. Now, Harvey Levin, you've just caused a lot of problems here is all you've done. Okay, let's see. He said, it is definitely not the. They even said, what the in one of the things, somebody else, one of the guys said it, the hiker backpack. All right, let me go back on Harvey. Oh my goodness. Stop. What you did now, you little jerk. He works for the media. What? Someone's 14 seconds is yelling out to, you're wrong, I investigated, he works for the media. Although he does resemble the guy in the video. What is going on? Oh, I guess, what are they? Then now they're pulling out some guy. Okay, they're pulling out some guy, I guess that was in the area, and now they're plastering him up there and saying he could be the guy, and now other people are saying, you're wrong, he works for the media. Yeah, I'm looking at that backpack that, what's his name said? It has no thing, but it also has a lady. Oh, yeah, they've got this poor guy. If he does, they've got his picture plastered all over there. Oh my gosh, they're posting all kinds of pictures of. Has anyone seen the pictures they're posting now with? They've given her like a. She's got a Queen Elizabeth hairdo in these pictures. It seriously, it looks more like he's taking Queen Elizabeth than Nancy Guthrie. She's got one of those really old-fashioned, like almost bowling ball lady hairdos that they just churn out at the salon every Friday when they go to get their hair done every 2 weeks or something. That's what this woman has that they're trying to make be Nancy Guthrie. She looks more like Queen Elizabeth. Oh my goodness, now they're just, this is getting bad. They're just putting random people out there now, looking at booking photos and saying that these are the people, they have them in custody already. I'm telling, this is, Okay, and they've got another person in here. What do they have? Trying to unlock something. That person looks way too thin. What the heck? They have 2 backpacks on. Is that what everybody's now putting out there? Where is that coming from? February 1st, person trying to unlock side gate. Where are they? That looks like a very old man. This is getting crazy. I don't know. I think it's... Sweeping roadways. Yeah, I'm something is really going crazy right now. Who is the old man that they said is trying to unlock a gate? Where did that video come from? I don't understand. People post something without any source or what's going on. All kinds of people are being posted on X. This is starting to get weird, they said. Hashtag Nancy Guthrie. The worst crime scene handling award. Oh my gosh. But I want to know who put those pictures on TikTok of Queen Elizabeth and the suspect. Has anybody seen that with Queen Elizabeth? It's not Queen Elizabeth, but they say it's Nancy Guthrie, but it looks like Queen Elizabeth. Did anyone see that? Did anybody see the pictures of Queen Elizabeth with the suspect? I'm not going to post them because it's complete. I don't want to be caught up in rumors. I'm just asking if anybody saw those. You saw those things earlier in front of the house? You saw them earlier, yeah, where they put the suspect in the black and white, like on the camera with the with an old lady. They must have told the AI, could you put an old lady in here? And they literally put someone in there that looks like Queen Elizabeth. You know, you remember Queen Elizabeth's hair, right? That's literally, if you would say that's Queen Elizabeth, you have earlier. Okay. Yeah, I won't put that out there because it's, who's doing that? Just somebody to be funny on TikTok is doing that? See, that's just ridiculous. It does not look anything like Nancy Guthrie, and it looks like Queen Elizabeth with that really, really, really old-fashioned hairdo. That's ridiculous. I'd be volunteering to take one from the job. Yeah. Steve says Savannah needs to do a polygraph test so it makes everyone in the family do one. It would clear the family. I'm not saying Savannah did it, but if she did, everyone would follow. Yeah, I agree, Steve. They should at least clear the family. They should want to clear their name after social media is going after his band members and everything else, right? If you were innocent, wouldn't you be like, gosh, guys, I'm sorry. Let me go and take a polygraph and maybe they'll get off of you. Well, you could see a real pic of her from the show she's on. Well, you could see a real pic of her from the show she's on. Hi, Jen Grill. I have no idea of the photo. I'll send it to you in Slack right now, manager. I just don't want to put it out. I don't want to put that stuff out there, but I'll send it to you. Hold on. You tell me if that doesn't look like Queen Elizabeth. There, I just sent it to you. The fake news. It's fake news. You can put it out there. Yeah, but see, what I worry about is that somebody won't think it's fake news and somebody will say, oh my gosh, I saw the pictures of the suspect taking Nancy out of the house. You know, oh my gosh, where did you see it? I saw it over there on that Mommy Rambling. She put it out there. I don't want to be a party of that, because there'll be one person, that will interpret it that's real. Those are female eyes, Miss Shannon says. Mr. Shannon, I'm sorry. Same was a jewel on her hair or something. No, just has the same look as oh, I don't even see Heart. Where's Heart? Heart's here? I didn't see Heart. Hi, Heart. Can you say where you've seen it? I'll look it up real quick. On X. It's on X. But if you put the hashtag Nancy Guthrie in and look at the latest stuff, it should come up, Steve. Isn't it crazy? Why are they doing that? Now see, this is like something that this has become a mockery now of what's going on. Hi, K-Love. That's exactly what's going on. Nothing but mockery stuff. This was a man. Check out the butt and the legs, said Linda Uribe. I think it's a man too. I don't think it's a woman. This room is like family. I am kin to you, LOL. Oh, kin. Are you kin or ken to me? I don't have my glasses on. So, okay, so what's going to happen now? Is there going to be some big break in the morning? I don't really, Lyndall, but I look for updates. Sometimes they have sometimes during storms and things like that, they have the latest updates. Did you find it, Steve? If you can't find it, you can email me and I'll email it to you if you want. Backpack, I meant. UHP put some backpack info here that may help narrow it down. Yeah, I said it yesterday too. Someone had it. Oh, not in the morning, Linda Uribe says. Not in the morning. Because the other, yesterday, they had that film stuff around noon or something, right? My time. I thought there was a break last night. Who said that? Steve. But it wasn't, right. Did you get the pictures, Steve? They're going to find Don Lemon in the backpack. Oh my goodness. Steve, if you didn't get the picture, you could email me and I'll send it to you. Oh, don't bother. You can't keep up, UHP? The chat is not moving that fast. Come on. Let's see. So, where's she? Sure. Ain't looking her chat. Hey, UHP, quiet down. I'm doing my work too. Uh-oh. What are you getting all nasty for? That's not nice. The suspect was wearing a distinctive black backpack. Yeah, but that's the one that we just looked up, UHP. Ozark Trail. And Ozark, that's exactly the one I just looked up. You're not checking me. You're not listening to me. That's the exact one that I looked up. Ozark Trail, 25. Yep, liter. That's exactly the one that I looked up. And it's not that one. And they gave 2 other names yesterday. So I am paying attention, and I did bring that backpack up. Oh boy. It's not that backpack. I don't think it is. That's the one I brought up. It's an Ozark Trail. That's the Walmart name. Hiker, 25 liter. That's the one I had. I'm going to look for what I saw. What, Lyndall? I'm going to look for what I saw. If I heard it. But they said there was another brand that they said yesterday. Let me see if I can get it. Hold on. Some initially thought the North Face Recon the silhouette matched the North Face bag, but investigators noted the material appeared thinner and cheaper, which led them to retail budget brands. And then it says the Ozark Trail is the leading theory. A few other brands were debated before the consensus shifted. The shovel pocket, the side of the bag, has a unique vertical seam down the center of the outer pocket, which is the signature of the Ozark Trail model. Yeah, but what about the logo? The bag features mesh water bottle pockets on both sides, which were visible as the suspect turned. It has very specific reflective vertical stripes on the shoulder straps that glow in the near-infrared night footage. I don't think it looks like that bag. Ozarks Trails Hiker 25 liter backpack, likely in gray or black. And I don't know. You'd have to see that big Ozark Trail thing on the back of it. And I don't think we did. Let's see this get crazy again with this stupid Harvey Levin. That would be very, very visible. Unless they put some type of tape on that. That would be extremely visible. But this part does here, now that you see it in this way, that does look like that there. Let's see if I can get the let's see. Let me get the image of the guy, the videos. Let's see here. Alrighty, let's see here. All right, let me pull this. I want to see the back of it. See? It doesn't have the logo. And it doesn't look like it has tape on it. Let's see. Come over here, buddy. When he turns around, I'm going to stop him. And does that have a circular thing here, like a curved? Where's our, how come our, where the heck is our thing here? Walmart. I don't see that. I don't see that circular thing here on the pockets. Yes, it's got this, but do you think that's the only backpack that has that? How come, look at this. This is in a, it's like a semicircle shape. Okay, let's see. I don't see that on the backpack, but let's see. Where's the other side? Because it would be this side, right? So where's that side? I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. The jury's out on that. The straps look the same, but I think there's probably other backpacks that have stuff like that, don't they? This thing, where's this? And what's this right here? And this just looks much bigger than that other pack, and it looks like it has those semicircle things on each one, each side. I don't know. And he doesn't have the strap. I thought he had the strap across there, but he doesn't. That's his strap on his jacket. And let's see if they're real thick like that. Are they real? Those are like curved and very thick. Let's see. Where's the guy in the front? Oh, buddy, come on. Put your thing down, buddy. Does he have two buckles there? But how come you don't see any banding? I don't know. Did they see if anything? Did they call? I'm sure they put subpoenas into Walmart.com and to the Walmarts over there, and how many of these backpacks have been sold and what color. But I don't know. Let me go back to the chat. Okay. It's definitely not that backpack type. That is a netting side pocket. Investigators said they thought it was the cheaper retail brand than Ozark Trail. Ozark Trail is the one they mean that's cheap, Tart. That's only $10, that backpack. That's the one they said originally they were saying North Face or something. No, but they're saying this one is considered cheap. This is the one. Not that anyone is reading this. What I posted came from the forensics lab who know what they're talking about. UHP, I read that also. I don't know why you're being so touchy tonight. I think you need to get some rest. I'm one person, UHP. I'm doing my best here. I have to take myself off the chat when I'm pulling up video and putting things. I can't be doing both. I'm not a machine. Good night, B-Lady. Okay, have a good night, UHP. Everything is so white, it's hard to tell. Yeah, I don't know, Snow. I don't see the, I don't know. I mean, yeah, maybe maybe it is, maybe it isn't. Who knows? Looks like a hiking backpack, not a school backpack. Which one, Steve, looks like a hiking one? Yeah, I just don't see. And it's very possible that it could have a logo on it, and um, it could be so much the same color as the bag. It just might be we're not seeing it. It doesn't look like he has tape on it. I mean, could he have possibly ripped the stitching out if it was like that overlock stitching? Could he have cut it and ripped it out? Maybe. I don't know. But it just, I don't know. He's got a lot packed in that backpack. The one he's got on, says Steve. Yeah, I just don't think the pocket on this side looks the same, but the straps, I do agree, in the front, they do look, they look similar. Jen, look at Jen. It'll be figured out by law enforcement. Jen, we like doing this. Stop. Don't take our fun away. Did anybody figure out what jacket he has on? It is packed a lot. Yeah, got a lot of stuff in it. Did anybody figure out his jacket? Let me see if I can figure out his jacket with that stripe in the middle, the upper quadrant. Let's see. Okay, so FBI agents think he's wearing a midweight, dark-colored, zip-up tactile or outdoor jacket. Yeah, we got that. What brand do you think? It says it looks like an unbranded Amazon Essentials or a Walmart tactile fleece or a jacket that's had the branding removed or covered. The sleeves are full length and appear to have tapered or elastic cuffs that are tucked into the back, black tactile gloves, ensuring no skin is exposed to prevent DNA. Investigators are focusing on the zipper itself because in some frames the zipper pull has a slight glint. Forensic teams are looking at whether it's a metal pull or a paracord style silencer pull, which is common in higher end tactile gear like the 5.11 tactile or Condor versus a standard plastic zipper found on budget brands like Ozark Trail. So let's see. Let me just see something. I'm looking for that stripe. Let me see if I see something. Perfectly scattered. Not seeing anything of that stripe. Let me do something else. Do you think it's... I think it's a fleece. It's definitely a fleece, right? Because it's not like a nylon. It's definitely a fleece from what I'm seeing. And it's got that zipper is definitely has a white, it has like a white stripe down both sides of the zipper. And then let's see this. It's weird with that one, with that stripe across the top like that. I haven't seen one yet like that. And then with that zipper, that definitely has reflective or white, like on either side of it. I see a Carhartt rugged flex scrub jacket. But that looks like fleece. And this says bonded fleece, but this has side pockets, which that does not have. And then I found another one with that stripe. It's a Patagonia, and that's the higher end, but it also has a... This may look like... But it doesn't have that zipper. Found one that has that stripe, but it also has that stripe around the back. What if that's something they've had for ages or something? And if you're talking to me in the chat, it's impossible for me. Do you see I have two screens? One I'm looking at the jacket, and one I have the video playing so that you guys can see it too. And I'll be back to the chat as fast as I can, but I'm a one person here. One person. Cut me some slack. Okay, I can't find that. It's so weird. I can't even find anything that's... It's mostly that zipper I'm trying to see. If you see that zipper has reflective on both sides. And then he's got that black, it's definitely black stripe on the upper quadrant. Strap on the upper quadrant, yeah. I don't know. Let me see. I'm going to go back to the chat to see if you've found it or if anybody wants to yell at me. Oh, I have more than one trick. No, not a one-trick pony, because I have a lot of tricks and a lot of skills, but I'm only one person, so I can only do so many of those tricks at a time. Looks like cotton on the wrist, like a woman would wear. Cotton on the wrist, like a woman would wear, like a contrasting cuff. Is that what you mean, a contrasting cuff? What is Jen saying from the neighbor's ring? No, this is their footage, hon. What haven't you seen? They released footage of someone trying to open a gate. Yeah, but who released that? Jen, that's what I was asking. Who released it? Not the FBI. I don't know where that's coming from. But that doesn't look like the same person. That's an old man. Didn't they already search thoroughly around? Weird. What's weird? What is weird? I'm missing what's weird. I think everybody's behind on it, didn't? With 2 backpacks. Does look fleas. And did they get the, they should have the shoe. Somebody said they were Skechers. Are there stripes going down the sleeve? No, I don't think so. No, I don't see them. A home health aide threw it out the car window. What? A home health aide threw what out the car window? Oh, Jen, are you talking about the glove? The camera image of the guy sneaking up with a mask on it is seriously the stuff that nightmares are made of. This one right here? This guy right here? See, you could really see that the contrast on the zipper on that jacket. Did you see that in that shot? Watch when he takes the flowers away and look at the zipper. You see the reflectiveness on that zipper? It's black in the middle and it's got either silver or white reflective on both sides. Hi, Zigzag. You got to protect yourself, Zigzag. Got to protect yourself. It's a crazy world. Thought I found one, but no cigar. Oh. See the zipper there? See? Do you see how the zipper is? What are you crafting? If they have this video, they got Nancy coming out of the house, but they're not going to show it to Steve. But if he ripped the camera out, Steve, how is it going to record anything? If they rip the camera out, how would it record anything? The cuff of the sleeve has a white band. It's kind of matches the zipper. Really? I'm a one-woman army. Thanks, White Angel. Hey, listen. How does that... Tell me how that... tell me how that works. What was I getting? What do you think it is, little lady? Did you find one that matches it? Steve? He ripped the camera out, and we have this video. Yeah, but let me explain why. He's ripping the camera out now. Right? Right now the camera's still there. It recorded to the cloud. Well, not to... It recorded to something that Google had, some cloud. Even though she didn't have a subscription anymore, they got the thing from Google. But that's because there still was a camera there. Once he takes that camera, what's going to record it? Get it? Once he takes... Right now, there's still a camera. It's recording this. But he's grabbing, getting ready to pull it out. That's why we don't have any footage of him after he pulls the camera out. But Zigzag, listen, what's going to take it though? If he takes the camera out, how is it going to be recorded? If you pull the camera down, no. Listen, I have cameras at my house, okay? If you pull the cameras down, how is it going to record? You're only as good as your camera. If the camera comes down, it can't record anything. Trust me on this, and I'll even get you the proof of this. If a Nest camera, and that's what this was, is physically pulled out or removed from its mount or unplugged, it generally stops recording and streaming live video immediately. Because Nest cameras rely on Wi-Fi and power or battery to send footage to the cloud, a disconnected camera cannot record new events, though previously saved footage may remain in the Google Home app. Okay? It also says if a wired camera is unplugged or a battery camera is completely removed or destroyed, it cannot record. Nest cameras, except for some newer models with limited internal caching, do not record to an SD card. They stream to the cloud. No internet or power means no recording. Pulled out versus unplugged. If the camera is ripped off the wall but still has a battery, it might record a few moments, but removing it usually disconnects it from Wi-Fi. If the camera is stolen, the footage captured before it was pulled out is typically saved in the cloud, assuming it had a connection. Okay? So once he pulls it out of there, it's not going to record anymore. Hi, Manuel. people are asking how we got these images, and it's because of the DVR. No, 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 no. No, 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 no. That's not how they got these images. Don't you know the whole Google thing? Let me tell you. Hold on. Let me tell you how they got these images, okay? I'm going to get the real... Okay. FBI and law enforcement officials recovered the surveillance images from Nancy Guthrie's home by extracting data from Google Nest back-end systems, despite the camera being disconnected. And Nancy lacking a premium subscription, specialists retrieved residual data of a masked person from Google servers. The recovery involved a 10-day effort to access this data. The video was not stored locally on a memory card in the doorbell, but in Google's cloud storage servers. Even without a paid Nest Aware subscription, Nest devices can briefly store event-based recordings. The FBI and private sector partners collaborated to pull the data, with experts analyzing residual, potentially deleted or temporary data that had not yet been permanently overwritten. Okay, local law enforcement initially believed the footage was lost because the camera was disconnected around 1:47 a.m. On February 1st, however, the system caught a suspect at 2:12 a.m., which was later retrieved. The recovered footage shows a masked person with a backpack and a holstered handgun, providing a significant lead in the kidnapping case. Okay? But that's because it was still there. Once he disconnects it and smashes it or whatever he does, that camera is not recording because that camera is disconnected and disabled. Does that make sense? Does that make sense to you guys? Hi, Manuel. You're worried about what happened? What are you worried about? You're crafting a purse necklace? A purse necklace? Oh, a necklace with a purse on it? Hi, Colleen. Welcome in, Colleen. We're happy to have you here. Okay, so, but I want to know if it makes sense to zigzag. Does that make sense now, zigzag? If the camera was still there, yeah, but he yanked it. He yanked it out. Can they just please catch this person ASAP, says Denali. Hi, Denali. Hi, Manuel. You're from the Tucson area? Oh, and you're feeling worried about this whole thing? Yeah, sorry to hear that, Manuel. You're worried too, Caleb? I'm not laughing at this. I was just laughing at something on cutting an apple. It would show him yanking it out, but they did not show that video. Once he pulls it and it disconnects, that's it. If it's connected to the Wi-Fi and he yanks it, it's a done deal, right? See, I think that's what he's getting ready to do right there. I think this is going to be the yank. Don't you think that's the yank? I think that's the yank. I think that would be the one that's probably right before the total disconnection. Yeah, that's terrifying. But now, here's the thing, okay? Here's the thing. Did she open the door and let him in? That's the other thing. Did she open the door and let him in? Or did he use that thing that's holstered to him to force her to open the door? I don't know. How did he get in? Now, at this point, let's just say that we've heard both ways, that there was forced entry in the back door. Now, let's say after he rips this camera out, did he force himself through the back door? Or did he try to get in by ringing the bell and she wouldn't let him in, so he ran around the back and forced himself in? Do we know that? We don't. Did he want to get rid of the camera first and then still go through the back? And why wouldn't she have had a camera? Like, she should have had cameras all around this house. Now, there were other cameras, right? Because he smashed them. That's what they had said to begin with. To begin with, they told us that he took a Ring camera out. And first of all, this is not a Ring camera. It's a Nest camera. And then they said that he smashed other Nest cameras. Well, if he smashed other Nest cameras, where's the recordings from them? And where were they? Were they inside the house? I'm lost. Those were the initial reports that they said. Does anybody remember that? This is a Nest. Do you see how it says Nest up there? This is not a Ring camera. This is a Nest brand. Something happened, no forced entry, no windows broke. But other people were saying there was forced entry in the back. You see what I mean? There's so many different stories. And in the beginning, they said he pulled out a Ring camera and he smashed Nest cameras. So, where were the other Nest cameras? And what did they get before they got smashed? You remember watching a recording where he covered the front door camera with a handful. Yeah, that's the recording that you just saw. That right here, Hart, right? Look, I just showed it to you, right? It's right here. in one of these that we just saw. There he's got the vegetation, and before we just showed it. It's this one right here. And I want to know where the little package, because there was a package that was here the day that they took the pictures of the blood. There was a package over there. Oh, and people were wondering if that blood had been there from an earlier time. There's no blood there right now. It's right now, you guys. Look at the video that I'm playing right now. There's the vegetation. There's the flowers. Look. He takes the flowers, and then there he is. Look. See, now he's got the flowers in his hands, and he's covering up the camera. You see it? They look like white flowers, but it could be a light green or something. I don't know. Looks like a cascading spray. He probably was looking for a rock. Well, there should be a lot of rocks out there. If he was there before, he would have known the camera was there and came prepared. Yeah, so how would that be? How would that be Annie? For those of you that thought that was Annie, wouldn't Annie know where her mother's camera is? Steve says there has to be more video, just not showing it to the public. No, there's a couple of people here tonight that really thought it was Annie. Well, at least one person. And then another person said something. You were watching, but at 4 hours long total, 12 or more. His long, crazy out there now since turning dark. I saw one I was watching, but at 4 hours long, total 12 or more hours long, crazy out there now since turning dark. Colleen says, yes, she was definitely hurt and bleeding. Okay, so the other thing you've got to keep in mind that this guy had about a 10-hour lead before law enforcement came to the house. He had about 10 hours. You guys know that, right? So in 10 hours, with no one looking for him and no one looking for Nancy, no one was looking for him or Nancy for 10 hours that he had. The police didn't show up to the house till 12:13 to 12:15 in the afternoon. Oh, okay, sure. Let me see. So that's a long time. Let me see something here. Okay, let's see if there's any new updates. Okay, let's see. What is this? Something. Okay, hang on a second. A neighbor of Nancy Guthrie, whose friend's children were taught by Tommaso, says all of the parents are supporting him. Nancy Guthrie's neighbors' first immediate and only thoughts of who would commit such a heinous, horrible, violent crime is service worker. Let's see. Check whether that man works in a hospital. Some people in hospitals are very often bald. Are we kidding? Okay. Now, manager, I'm going to send you the video if you want to see it, but I don't know where it came from. That's the thing. I've got to find out where it didn't come from FBI. That's why it scares me. I don't know where it came from. In fact, who's ever posting it is posting it to FBI. If you guys want to take a look at it, I'll put a link in the chat, but now, hold on a minute. Hold on. Listen to this one. That video, it says, this video shows a car break-in in Tucson on January 1st, unrelated to the Nancy Guthrie kidnapping case. No evidence suggests the individual works in a hospital. His identity is unknown. Guys, I don't know. That's what I'm saying. I don't know where that video is from. It says 2/1/2026 on it, but where did it come from? Something's weird, and it's not a car break-in. I don't know. Guys, let's find out, where did that come from? The next door neighbor app, is that where it's coming from? I wish I could find out where this is coming from. Let's see. But again, it doesn't look like that person. This person looks very old. He's not bald. You think he's bald, but he's got gray white hair. He's old, that guy. And he's extremely thin. Look at his legs. When his butt's there, look down and look at his legs. Here, I'll put it in the chat if you guys want to go see this who are watching. But this guy is very old. If you want to check it out on, but you can check that out right there. But it's old. It's an old guy. It's not this guy. Look at how skinny the guy's legs are. Once you get a back view of it, check how skinny his legs are. And he's larger than the guy they talked to last night. Yeah, but go look how old. He's much older. He's not that he's bald. He's got whitish gray hair. He's missing hair, yes, but he's not completely bald. And he's got 2 backpacks on. But go check out how skinny his legs are once you get down, especially like they're very, very thin. It does not, he doesn't have the same gait or anything as this. This guy looks younger, much younger. You feel terrible for the guy they detained. Well, yes, right, Colleen. Not right. Not nice. We say here, Colleen, we say like this. Not nice. Not nice. It's not nice. Whew. But go ahead and take a look at that link that I just posted there on X and see what you think. Tell me if you don't think that guy is a lot thinner. Helen, you have done your complete profile on them? And you agree with me? Yeah, those aren't the same guy. Not the same guy. Weird. That bald people. Well, they're probably talking about Noah Wiley on ER and the Pit. I don't know. Bald people work in hospitals. Okay. I guess everyone that wears a backpack when they do a crime, yes, Jill. Is sometimes, wait, what's exact? Is sometimes in order to make an omelet, you have to break some eggs. Yeah, you do. You most certainly do, unless you're using liquid egg whites and you have to open a carton. And that's gross. Ugh. I could never eat an omelet with egg whites. Yuck, 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 yuck. Okay. Okay, are we good on this? We're good on this? All right, so we've already seen that and seen that. And now what? This case should have been solved in hours. It's amateur hour in that town. The guy also had a 10-hour lead on them. Okay, he could have taken her into Mexico. Who knows? That's what I'm saying. He had a 10-hour freaking lead time. The backpack we see here is the backpack that we're talking about. This is just a high-vis backpack model. It will end up being a covert right out of jail with a long criminal history. It will end up being a convict right out of jail with a long criminal history. I don't think so. I don't think so. What would be the point? Why would he go there? What would he take her for? If he wanted to end her life and rob her, why wouldn't he have just left her in the house? Why did somebody take her? That's the thing. If this is just some random burglary and they wanted money or something from her house, why would they take her out of the house? This is weird. Criminals aren't too bright. But why would they want to take her out of the house, high speed? And they planned to do it from go because the backpack was jammed up with probably a tarp and stuff. Now, I think whoever this was hired. I do think they were hired. And that's why I was saying, could they have been somebody that lived in Mexico that was hired? Could someone in the family have arranged someone to do this? Who had what? Who hired them? What if a family member hired them? Okay, let's just say, everybody's saying a band member, okay? Hold on a minute. Everybody's talking about a band member. Number one, why would that band member do this? I don't even think they're in a band anymore. That scared me. I don't even think they're in a band anymore together, are they? Are they currently in a band? For all anyone knows, they could have had a really nasty split. And you're so stuck on that guy? Okay. 41 minutes in the house isn't normal either. But, okay. What is that guy doing now? Does he have a wife and kids and family? If he does, is he going to say, what the hell am I risking my entire life? I won't see my kids again. I won't see my wife. I'll be like, why am I doing this? "41 minutes in the house means an inside job." So it makes sense that the family hired him because any professional would not go within 10 miles. But why, if he was hired by the family, how come he didn't know about the camera? Why didn't they tell him about the camera? And how did he get it in the house? Without a motive, it will never make sense, says High Speed. Why are investigators taking so much stuff from Annie and Tommaso's house? Okay, Sweet, they haven't taken so much stuff. Where did you see them taking so much stuff? Who told you this, Sweet? They didn't take so much stuff. They left with a bag, a paper bag, one paper bag when they went there. Where did you see them take so much stuff? Who says he didn't know? But what could he do about it? Who says he didn't know, but what could he do about it? Who? Oh, the cameras? He thought that he did know about the cameras. Well, then why would he have to go get a plant? And I know he has to... It's 2 a.m. in the morning. He knows he has time to spend in the house. No rush for him at that hour. Right. He had no rush. Especially if he was hired, he had no rush because he knew that he was hired and that the only person that was going to call the police would be... Remember the other night when they took stuff? Yeah, one bag, one little brown bag that had hardly anything in it, and he threw it in the car. They didn't take a lot of stuff out at all. There were false reports about that. That's what I mean. There's so many false reports. Manager says, let's say hypothetically the son-in-law wanted this done. He knows this guy may do something like this for money, so he asks him. The guy says, yeah, money talks. Okay, but now everybody in their brother has implicated this guy. So you don't think the feds have talked to this guy? How come Miss Banfield has not been mentioning this anymore? Has she been warned by the family? Have they served her at all? Because I don't watch her, but I've been told that she has not mentioned this anymore about family member and prime suspect and high-level ranking law enforcement. Pima County took stuff. I saw the video. It's one bag. One bag. Carolyn, he clearly was a third party cutout. But they would have well, don't you think they would have, they're already onto this? I mean, they have internet task force. They stay on top of all the rumors and everything on social media. He couldn't rip the camera down at first, so he tried obstructing the lens. He knew about the camera, though. Carolyn, I know the kind of people and how they think. Hug your loved ones. Tell them you love them, says Zigzag. Crazy happens everywhere. Sweet Bob says, I heard it on the news that the detainee they released may not be off the hook, according to police. I don't know, what news did you hear that on, Sweet Bob? Sweet Bobbity Bob. It's really quiet tonight, you know? Last night there was all this, all day, it was all this stuff going on. Tonight, it's so quiet. It's so freaking quiet. Right? Is it the calm before the storm? I don't know. I don't know. I feel like eating something that I don't know what it is. I want something warm that you can eat with a spoon. I don't know what I want. Okay. Let's see. So now they're saying they're looking at an electrician. They're looking at an electrician. Hey, UHP, they think it might be you. What were you doing? I'm joking. The guy is holding a bite light in his mouth. Electricians, plumbers use them so they are hands-free when they're working. And that glove appears to be an electrician's glove. They're nitrile gloves. I have them right here in my cabinet. In black as well. Jake. Who's Jake? Jake worked at Nancy's. Jake worked at Nancy's. That's that electrician they've been floating around. His name is Jake, maybe. I thought Jake worked at State Farm. I guess he's changed. And here they go again with the Bitcoin thingy. Stop it. What are you talking about, lady? gosh. There's so much misinformation out here. It's ridiculous. Okay. Oh my gosh. Now they're analyzing like people's lives. Oh, look at this. Hold on. Now this is weird. 1 hour ago, I thought this was KOLD News, says just in. Hold on. Let's see. It says more detainments likely. Let's see. Oh my gosh. This is just in. Former FBI official talks about the man taken into custody. This is really crazy. We're getting all these former FBI to tell us what's going on. Like, Andy Black, a former FBI assistant special agent in charge in Tucson, provided insight into the detainment process. Generally, they find out as much. Okay, like, is this really what we're really hard up for news when we're doing the assistant special agent and what he thinks that they said to a suspect that they detained, and it's total clickbait, because their headline was Sheriff, more detainments likely in Nancy Guthrie case. Clickbait, 13 News, because where is it saying anything that the sheriff is saying that? They have an ex-assistant special agent in the FBI, Andy Black. Come on. That's bad when you've got a mainstream media news out of, where's that, out of Tucson doing that? Yeah, you guys are really bad. Okay. Yeah, that's really bad. Okay, so I don't see anything. Let me see. I'm getting really hungry. I don't know what I'm going to eat. I think I'm going to have an apple. That's neither hot or anything you eat with a spoon, but I don't know. Or I could have an orange. That's neither hot or anything you eat with a spoon either. Okay, so there's absolutely nothing there. All right, what's going on here now? Zigzag, let me see what you're saying. Okay, let's see. Your late hubby was an auto tech. He had all that crap. Check electrician's past for criminal record. Your husband's a diesel mechanic. He has a bunch of flashlights and gloves. LOL. I think it will take days to tie this together. Everyone's a suspect until they find this guy, says Steve. My nerves are shot, says Colleen. Carolyn, let's Zoom. My RA is killing me. Are you saying you want a link? Is that what you're saying? Let's Zoom. Okay. I've got to get an Apple though too. So let's see. I've got to open my email because I shut down my email when I had that crazy tech attack. That was crazy when my Google went over there and I couldn't bring it back. That was not nice. Not nice. Let's see. Go over here. Supposed to be making pottery this weekend for Michael's birthday with Gia and my. I'm like, are we using the pottery? What are we doing? Pottery wheel or? I don't know. She said, I don't know what we're doing. I knew they were going to give me the wrong place over there. Okay. I have to get a FOIA in on something, and I don't know what. They gave me the wrong place. I have to tell that freakazoid they gave me the wrong place for the FOIA. Now my stomach's growling. You see my stomach? I gotta eat something. Otherwise it's gonna get worse. I'm starving. Oh, now you give me that one? Crazy. Hold on, I gotta submit a FOIA too. It'll be real quick because I already have it ready to go. Just went to the wrong place. Oh, I've got to do this every freaking time. I sent that thing. Where do I get to write my freaking message? Oh, right here. Okay. Sorry, guys. This is a case that I really want to do for you guys, and I just have to get this for you in because... Shoot. I really hope I get all this stuff because it's a really crazy case. Okay. And now should be here, right? Oh, I'm on the wrong one. Where did this just go? Hurry up, UHP. Hurry up, because I have to... What is going on? No, I'm on the wrong thing, totally. Go over here. Oh, here it is. Okay. Submit, 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 submit. Okay, I got it out again. I have to, UHP, my stomach is grumbling and I have to get an apple. Is he coming up or not? Do I want you to do, I don't know. Hold on, I'm going to get an apple anyway. And then I watch he'll come in when I go to get the apple because I'm starving. I sent you the link. Hi, Sandra. What? YouTube monitors? Who do we know used to message TMZ to try to help her case against Johnny Depp? Is she behind this because of an interview she had with Savannah? Are you talking about Amber Heard? Who do we know used to message TMZ to try to help her case against Johnny Depp? What? Are you saying Amber Heard? You're trying to get in? What's going on? I don't know. Oatmeal? Yeah, oatmeal sounds good, but I'm going to have an apple. Hold on. Don't worry. Okay, I'm back. I got my apple. Is that... I gave you the number, right? Have you got... I laugh so much. When I want to laugh, I watch Instagram, and I watch a lot of the Italian stuff on Instagram. They're always like, who cuts like this? Who cuts like this? You don't use a cutting board. Have you seen these people on there? Oh my gosh, I laugh so much. You're zipping your lips? Why? And they have the lady and she's cutting everything with her, in her hand, and she's like, I thought that this is the way people cut. She did TMZ a lot. She didn't like... I don't remember that. I really don't, but... You had a very crazy, scary night that you're not ready to talk about yet? Are you okay? Steve Jones says, oatmeal at 2 a.m., that's crazy. You need to put in a grocery pick. Okay. I don't know where you... Oh, there he is. Hello.
Hello, pretty lady. Excuse me. I got a little congestion going on. I'm okay.
Okay. How's it going?
Yeah. Let me explain the backpack thing. I recognize this issue right off the bat. Okay. That is the same backpack. Now, me on the job, some of my jobs require that I wear a vest for safety reasons so I can be spotted. Now, I have two different types of these vests. One is a regular vest, it's orange, and then there's another model that's called a high-vis, V-I-Z. Okay, it's got all of the reflector material on it. It's the exact same vest. They're right next door to each other when you're buying them. They're the same vest, same pockets, same everything, but one is a regular vest and one is a high-vis vest. What he's wearing that night at that house, I recognize it immediately. It's a high-vis backpack. It is definitely an Ozark 25-liter backpack, but it's not the one you guys saw in the images because you didn't request a high-vis model of that. If you did that, I'm sure it would just pop right up. I haven't done it, but I'm sure if you did, you would find the exact thing he was wearing that night.
But what about the logo?
That's the only difference.
But what about the logo?
But the logo, I'm taking my information from the fact that the forensics department for the FBI is the one that stated what type of backpack he was wearing. I'm not a backpack guy per se. I'm a vest guy, but not a backpack guy. So I'm going on the fact that they actually know what they're talking about, which I happen to believe. These are some very sharp people. They say it's an Ozark backpack. They say it's 25 liter. They see the fact that they said it was 25 liter means they paid real close attention because they come in different liter sizes, 10 liter, 25, 40. The fact that they would mention that this is a 25 liter backpack tells me they know exactly what they're looking at here. And I'm not exactly sure how, but I'm going by what they say. The discrepancy is the regular backpack versus the high-vis backpack, and I have no clue why this individual would be wearing a high-vis backpack to go do a kidnapping. He might as well put a beacon on his head, flashing red, that says, "Hey, look at me, I'm a criminal."
Right.
I have no idea why you would do that. The pen light in the mouth, well, I recognize that. We call it a button light, but the pen light, if you will, I have several. I don't even, they run on button batteries that you put in hearing aids and stuff. And they're so cheap, I don't even buy the batteries for them. There's $6 at most any place, hardware store, Walgreens, whatever. You just go replace it, throw the other one away. And I have a collection of dead ones because I don't like to throw that kind of stuff away. It's difficult to dispose of. Batteries are nasty.
Right.
That's why they eat the metal. So I got a collection of these suckers in my truck. And that's what's going on there with the backpack discrepancies. Mm-hmm. So I actually get that immediately. Now, as far as what I said about a third-party cutout, okay, while I never participated, hand to God, okay, I never participated in anything like this when I was doing what I was doing back in the 80s. But I've spent a lot of time around people that did. And I actually brought them in with me on jobs where I thought that I might need some backup, whatever, okay? I I got to know these people, and I got to know how they think. We drank at the same social clubs. We hung out together. I actually got to know these people and how they think. What I know about these kind of idiots, an FBI profiler would die for. Because you're not, when you're questioning somebody and you take an FBI profiler who's been trained at Quantico, and I don't want to take anything away from their training. It's different, Miss Carolyn, when you're reading it in a book or you're attending a seminar and you're actually spending amounts of time with these individuals. It's different. It's totally different. It's like taking the driver's exam, and then you get out there on the road and you see, the first thing you realize, it's nothing like the driver's exam. It's nothing like anything that you studied. It's just a different animal. And that is what I bring to the table. I actually consult for the Porter Law Group, Gail Porter in Tampa, Florida, on these kinds of issues. I have a case right now with some Russians that is pending. It's a civil case, but they're mobbed up. And I'm thought enough about with my intellect to actually consult and pay me for this. I know what I'm talking about here. I really do. Can I be wrong? Absolutely. I don't have a crystal ball, okay? But I can tell you from the videos I've seen, the way this guy walks, the way he carries himself as a man, and he's definitely a man. He is not a female dressing up like a male to throw everybody off. That is an elegant crime to do that. This guy is not elegant. This guy is the Forrest Gump of crime. You can tell by the way he handles himself, the way he's carrying his musket. You can just tell this guy is not a professional, and a professional didn't hire him because a professional would not hire somebody like this. This is a ticket for everybody to go to prison.
Right.
That's all this guy is. Now, what could have happened here, and what I suspect might have actually happened, is if you go down the scenario that the son-in-law, and I've done all the scenarios that I could think of, if you go down the scenario that the son-in-law is ultimately responsible for this crime. This is not a street guy. This guy is living in a different world completely, probably knows some shady people here or there, and he reached out, hey, Bob, you know anybody that could pull this off? And, well, I got this guy over here, he'll do this, give him, X amount of dollars and he'll get it then. And of course, you have the catastrophe that you have now. A kidnapping for ransom is an elegant crime. It has to be, that's why it's so difficult to do, so that you don't end up with what we have right now.
Right.
Somebody that was seriously a professional about this would have told this guy, listen, I need you to take some stuff. What we need to do here is we need to make this look like a robbery that went bad. And then you just grab the lady and she's missing and we got the ransom. That makes it an armed robbery that went bad. But nothing's missing. So as far as I know.
That they told us. Yeah, the people pointed that out, that they told us.
Yeah. So all I can go by is what they're saying, and I don't get it from the news sources. I actually listen to law enforcement when they are talking about it. I don't need a third-party interpretation. I need to hear what law enforcement, what the FBI are saying, then I will extrapolate my own data from that. And even that's risky because you don't know what their motives are. But from what I have seen, this is I would be very surprised to find out this was not a contract kidnapping that went horribly wrong. Now, that's all going on the assumption that Junior Maravilla, the son-in-law, actually did this. The electrician end of it, not happening. I know electricians quite well. We work a damn dangerous job where we could die on any given job. It's just a different breed of people. I don't see an electrician moonlighting as a kidnapper. Forget it. You would have to prove that to me. I just don't see it.
Okay.
Now, the landscaping people, now that's a different animal. That's a different animal entirely. And it sort of fits because the landscapers have access to the yard, probably got access to the house, probably know things about her, and then farm this out to one of their compadres. Because the only thing, this guy's definitely Latino, the only thing he is missing is a sombrero. Now, while that's funny to say that, I actually mean that. Okay, he walks, his skin tones are different. I deal with my Latin brothers and sisters who I love dearly daily. They have their own walk. They carry themselves a special kind of way. They got a special kind of skin tone. They carry their weapons exactly like this bozo's doing. They do. Mm-hmm. I've seen it. I just never saw it with a musket before. Okay, and usually they shove it down behind their britches, which is just as dangerous. So everything I see about this guy tells me that he's Latin descent. He's got the body for it. He's got the gait for it. He's got the build for it. The eyes are definitely dark. I don't know what color they are, but they're definitely dark, which is synonymous with our Latin brothers and sisters. Have you ever seen a Mexican with blue eyes or green eyes? And you never will. They're brown.
Yeah, okay, but I've seen Puerto Rican people with blonde hair and blue eyes.
Yeah. But look, there's anomalies to every algorithm.
Oh, I mean, okay. You asked me, so I know because he's married to someone that I know. Okay.
Right. I'm just saying, as a rule.
Okay.
Okay. As a rule, I'm sure there's some Puerto Rican, there's some Latinos running around with pink hair. Okay, but as a rule, they're dark-haired, and they have brown eyes. And they've got a skin tone that once you have been around them for years, like me, 30 plus years of working hand in hand with them, had developed Spanish speaking skills of some sort just to communicate with them. You get to, this guy, he's Latino of some sort. I don't know if he's Puerto Rican, I don't know if he's Mexican, he's Cuban, I don't know. I'm saying he is Latino. Okay, I'm positive, absolutely positive. The gun gives it away to me immediately. Now I have other reasons for that, but that's my read on it. Now going back to the house and who has access, barring the family had nothing to do with it, then you have to go to your next block, because that's what we do. We block things up when you're profiling people. And going to your next block, that leads you to the landscapers who are most likely in that neighborhood of Arizona, 30 miles away from Mexico. Guaranteed they're Mexican. Okay, guaranteed. They don't have a bunch of white boys out there landscaping in that neighborhood, or Asians. It's going to be Mexicans in particular. I'd be surprised if it were Cubans or somebody else. I mean, I would be very surprised. So my bet is that if you go down that block, you're going to go with a Latin group. They hang out together. They're very, very tight. Landscapers maybe put this crime together, thinking they could make a big score. Uneducated in the ways of the criminal world and professionalism and how to carry sidearms and, to not wear a high-vis vest in the middle of the night
They didn't want to get hit by
to
a car
commit,
or anything.
uh, uh, that you could see coming 5 miles away because there's no street lights.
Yeah, I know.
This doesn't make any sense.
They were
Okay,
trying to be safe.
the fact that he is going to do a high risk job that will carry a life sentence if you're caught, which has very little success story to begin with, tells me this is a pure amateurish type of. The whole thing just reeks. I've said it from the very beginning. It just reeks of Forrest Gump trying to rob a bank. It just reeks of it.
You know what I just thought of? Was there ever a movie where, I don't know why I'm thinking this, like say it would make a good funny movie if some guy said, I want to prank my wife, right? And they said wasn't there a movie like they had some guy go to the house and pretend that he was going to kidnap her? Wasn't there a movie or something like that where somebody arranged for somebody to take them in a joke? But
well,
there
I
wasn't a
have
movie like that.
14,844 movies on Hal's directory, and I've seen them all. I do not recall that movie.
I'm trying to think if there was a movie where they had the guy pretend he was going to take them, and then all of a sudden it went haywire. It went the wrong way, and I don't know. I feel like I saw a movie like that.
I'm not. My question.
Mama from the
throw
train.
Mama from the train. Yeah. Okay, I actually do. Hal actually has that movie on his drive, so yeah, that is actually a funny movie. But I don't think that's what we're talking about here. No, when you start looking at this thing, obviously it's not a professional job. Just clearly this pure amateur hour. So that eliminates a lot of people. That eliminates people like me, that thinkers. I was into elegant crimes. I know how they think. And this is pure amateur hour, which tells me it's very, very. This isn't something this individual ever did before. I can tell you that for sure, hands down, bar none. Okay, this individual has never committed this type of crime before. He might have snatched grandma's purse or a pickpocket or some other dumb shit, but this guy has never done something of this magnitude. It carries too much time. They will just pound you into the ground. They'll bury you in prison for messing with grandmas. Rule number one, especially in that area of the world, given that his location, Arizona, next door to Mexico, I've heard thoughts of people that maybe she was taken down to Mexico. That would have been what I would have done. I would have gotten her out of the country, out of the jurisdiction of the United States. I hate to say what I would do because it makes people think that I'm capable of doing that. And I just cannot emphasize how not true that is. At my worst, from 84 through 87, which was my entire criminal career, I bought a product in Miami and I took it for a certain amount of money and I took it somewhere else and I tried to sell it for more money than I paid for it. Okay, I was never involved in the muscle end of things, but it put me in contact with people that did. Hey Gino, you know somebody that carries heavy, man. I got to go to Miami. I got to pick up 3 keys of cocaine. I got to take it up to Detroit. I don't know these people up there. I really would be more comfortable if somebody, knew the way around firearms and how to handle this situation. That was me. But it put me in contact with these individuals, and I got to know them. I got to know them well.
I'm sure there are snowbirds in that area.
Yeah, so you start knocking this down. Now, the fact that Junior, I call him Junior, but the son-in-law, he looks Latino to me. I don't know what his nationality
He's
is.
Italian. He's an Italian national. He's from Italy.
Okay, well, it isn't a bunch of zips that he brought over from Sicily.
He may
to pull
be a
this off
citizen
because
now. Yeah, I shouldn't say that. He was born in Italy. I don't know that he may be. Yeah.
Well, he's got the complexion, the darker skin complexion, the Mediterranean bloodline that I'm talking about. It's just more enhanced with the Puerto Ricans and the Mexicans and Dominicans. But yeah, it's the same Mediterranean style bloodline look. Impossible for him to get a sunburn kind of deal. You look at the son-in-law, he looks scraggly to me.
Yeah.
I look at his beard, it's unkept. His hair isn't combed. His teeth aren't brushed. Okay? I mean, he's just, he under any other circumstances, okay, if you were to say, dude, what do you think about this guy? Do a profile workup on him. First thing I'll tell you, he's a thug. If he's involved in crime, it's some sort of thuggish shit. Very unsophisticated, just chain snatcher, pickpocket, armed robber that forgot to wear a mask, robbing the 7-Eleven, not Bank of America, just a thug. That would be my immediate assessment of him. If I got to know him, I could tell you more, obviously, but that's what I get when I look at him. The fact that he won't make eye contact with anybody. If you look at the video, has anybody looked at that? He won't make eye contact. His eyes are darting all over the place.
Wait.
He will not.
What video did you see him in?
Well, the three of them holding hands.
Wait. No, that's her brother.
That's her brother.
Yeah.
I thought that was the son-in-law.
No, that's her brother Cameron, the guy that's been in the Air Force.
Can you pop up a picture of the son-in-law, the one that everybody's getting around at?
Yeah.
Because the brother doesn't look that well either. I'll tell you, I thought that, and I stand corrected, because that he looks like a thug. There's something about him that makes me wonder about him. The fact that I'm confusing the brother for the brother-in-law is not surprising, to me, just simply because, and I'm not trying to weasel out of making a bad profile. I'm saying, I'm looking at this guy in this trio of people. Okay, we'll call him the brother. I mean, he's unkept. His eyes are darting all over the place. He will not make eye contact. This is synonymous with somebody who's trying to hide something. You see this a lot in court trials. I love to watch witness testimony as much as I can, because I can tell who's lying and who's not right away. There's something very off with the brother.
Okay.
Now, I can't say, I don't know the man. I can't say, I'm just saying, from what I can see, that whole trio there looks dirty to me. I'm sorry, it just does. There's something about the way that if you look at them in the video that I've seen, I guess everybody's seen, Jesus, I feel stupid, they're all just distant from each other. It's all prickly. There's no love. There's a total void of emotion. You can call it you can call it shock. You can call it whatever you want. Okay, there's something missing in the three.
Are you looking at the pictures that I put up there?
Oh, look at this guy. Okay, that's a guy I would hire to shoot somebody. Yeah, it is. I'm sorry, that's the way they look. Okay, and I can say that immediately. Uh, I know it may sound silly to you, but it's not silly to somebody like me because I've experienced these personalities. Uh, and not in a very long time ago. But yeah, this guy looks like somebody I would call a whack somebody. I mean that's if I were in that business, which I am not. I'm very very careful about what. The reason being is I know shooters. I know them. Yeah, you look at those three people there. That's a still image of him looking straight on. When you see the video, you see something else. This is very creepy to me. These three right here. That's why I thought he was the son-in-law that everybody was talking about, and I stand corrected, and I apologize for it. His eyes are dead. That's what it is. They're just dead. There's nothing behind them. And in this picture, you see the same thing with him. You see this just quickly, but it's much more pronounced when you see the video. See, the videos are panning around. You can see eye movement. You can see the frowns and the smiles. There is no smiles, but you can see these things. He is very stern looking. His eyes are just dead. I don't know how else to explain this. After a while in my travels, you learn you get a vibe for somebody. And yes, it's not fair to him or to me. I've never spent 2 seconds with a guy, never had a conversation with a guy. But there's something. The one in the middle, you can tell she's been crying.
Savannah.
She's not crying now, but you can tell that she's crying. Her nostrils are red from a runny nose, which is synonymous with somebody who's having an emotional upheaval. The eyes are clearly bloodshot. There's circles under her eyes. She's been up for hours at a time, days probably. This is synonymous with somebody who is very troubled about this. Obviously, this is the mom. The mom missing. I would be very shocked looking at that picture alone if that woman had anything to do with the disappearance of her mom. Just by that single image. And I base that on the fact I've seen the video where she talks about we will pay. We will pay. The way that she's saying that in her tone, it's a message to me that says, I will do anything that needs to be done to get you this money so that you can bring my mama home. That's not synonymous with somebody that just committed a crime. If she is, she needs an Academy Award. Okay, I don't, this is my gut. I can be wrong here. I don't have a crystal ball. I wish I did, but I look at the put up the son-in-law again, if you can.
Yeah, let me see. All right, hold on.
Take your time.
All right, he's up now.
Because that guy scares me. That guy would make me nervous. I would not want to be alone with that guy. I wouldn't, just by looking at it.
he's a teacher.
I'm going by memory, that's all, you know.
okay.
Yeah, I would not want to be alone with this guy. Broke down on the side of the road. I wouldn't, and that's what it comes down to.
He poses in family. If they're all wearing the same pajamas, the entire family, even like the sisters everybody's wearing the same pajamas, and he's posing in the pajamas.
If I had a full-size picture of him upright,
Yeah.
with showing his legs, I could tell you instantly if that's the guy under the hood. Okay, because I've already extrapolated this guy's body form, even though he's wearing a second set of clothes.
Wouldn't that be crazy if that jacket, I just thought about something, that gray jacket, can you imagine if it had the black stripe across it and the zipper? Imagine how crazy that would be.
Yeah, that's it.
Imagine how crazy that would be if there was a picture of him in that jacket.
That would not be smart. Now, as far as the camera is concerned, I believe in my heart of hearts that whoever this bozo is, Muppet, Forrest Gump, whatever you want to call him, he knew about the camera. That's what my instincts are telling me. That's why he brought up, they keep saying flowers, it looks like weeds to me.
It looks like a cascade of flowers, doesn't it? White flowers? I don't know.
I can't tell because it's black and white, night vision, LED driven, infrared, so it's really hard for me. You call it flowers, I call it weeds. He grabbed something out of the earth in an effort to shield himself from the ring cam. That is what I get out of it. Then he realized that he's already on the ring cam. It's it's not working, so maybe I can just snap off the ring cam. As far as I know, no tools were used to disable the ring cam. You can see him just reaching up and grabbing it. He's not trying to dissect it. I'm not saying take the screws out of it. Where's the heavy-duty screwdriver or the pry bar or the cat's claw to pop that thing off the wall? I don't see that. I see a hand grabbing a hold of something, just ripping it off the wall. Once again, we're right back to thuggism. Okay, just totally unprofessional. A professional, if this was a professional kidnapping, this ring cam wouldn't even work because there are plenty of jammers that you can buy that will kill cell phones in a particular area. Open to civilians. They're not very expensive. You can Google them. I've seen them as cheap as $99. It's all about range. The inverse square law. The farther the range, the more money you're going to pay. Okay, a professional, a hitter would have known. Okay, all I need is this. And as soon as I get on the property, the ring cam signal is going to go down. You can Google it. Don't take my word for it.
No, I know. What do you? I know about. It's a nest. Okay, what are you talking? Because I'm trying to get you this picture here. So you said about the. What about? Are you talking about the ring camera once you pull it out?
Yeah. Okay, a professional that had given this any thought would have said, look, as soon as I'm on the property here, I'm had. The ring cam, this camera setup has got me.
Right.
Okay, it's almost like this guy realizes that there is a ring cam, and he brings up some weeds or flowers, to hide the image, not knowing it's stored in the cloud or the back end, if you want to call it that.
Uh-huh.
Okay, so it really doesn't matter. Where a professional would have known, well, hell, I can, for $99, I can go get a gizmo when I pull up down the street, because he didn't walk there. He drove there, parked down the road, evidently, and then walked up there. For $100, he could have bought a device that would have killed the ring cam. the signal. It wouldn't have gone nowhere. You can do it with cell phones. I used to own one. That's why I know about these things. You can Google it. Matter of fact, let's see here. It's all in the wording too. Ring cam scrambler will probably get you the phone book. Ring cams can be scrambled or disabled by illegal Wi-Fi jammers.
Okay, there, now look at your,
other
okay,
devices.
get ready to look at your screen in a minute.
For $10, costing $10 to $1,000.
Okay,
Like I said, it's all about range.
all right, get ready to look at your screen.
Yeah. All right, I'm there.
There should be something coming up. And
Oh God.
that's him, and next to him is Nancy. So however tall Nancy is, you see where she comes up to him, right? Now
She's 5'4".
okay. Well, he's not that much. He can't be. He's lucky if he's 5'8", right?
He's 6 foot.
He's 6
He's
foot.
somewhere.
Look at her, look at the top of Nancy's head.
I can't. You
Well,
pulled it out.
Okay, I'll show you.
too
Watch.
far.
I'll show you. Her top
Well,
of her
the
head.
top
See
of
this
his
little.
head.
See the little white hand. That's the top of Nancy's
Yeah,
head.
I see his little hands.
I put the little hand here. See the little white hand? Right here. Look, I'm
No.
going up and down. See that? It's moving on the side of
No.
the screen. You don't see that on the side of the screen moving? Right here.
No,
Right.
there's nothing.
Right here. See
Okay, now I see that. Yeah.
That's the
Okay,
top of
he's
Nancy's head.
5'4". Can you back him out so I can see the top of his head?
Okay.
Because I'm moving him from the nose up.
All right, hold on. Can you see him now?
No. But I did see him when you first showed it up. There looks like there.
How
I'm
about
looking
now?
from the top of her head. You didn't move the image, or it's not coming through yet. One of the two. But I see the hand. I'm going by the top of her head.
Our
to
top
the
of her
bottom
head is
of
here.
From the top of her head to the. Now you just went the other way. There you go. There you go. Okay, there you go. That's what I'm after. There looks like there is a good 6 inches discrepancy from the top.
Uh-oh. Our Zoom ended. Oh, no. Okay, hold on a minute. Our Zoom ended. I have to give him a new number. Our Zoom ended. Oh, my gosh. That was an untimely place to end a Zoom, wasn't it? Sorry about that. See, the Zoom ends after 24 hours. Hold on. I'll send you a new number. Oh, that was not good, right? It was right. We were right there. We were so close. It was so close. Hold on. I'm sending you a new number. All right. Hold on. Okay. All right. I sent it. Now, I'm going to see what's going on. What's going on? Okay, let me go back to the chat. Sorry, the Zoom ended. Hi, Snow Remover. I don't know what happened. Says something happened. Sorry that something happened. I hope it's all right. Hello, it's Bink. How are you? Hi, Love and Light. Love and Life. Love and Angel. Angel, Love and Light. Hi. I like listening to this guy speak. He knows a lot of stuff. Very interesting. Okay, Kirsty. He's not scaring anybody. Is he scaring anybody? Is anybody scared? I sent you a new link. The Zoom ended. 24 hours. Steve Jones says, zoom out more. Zooma, 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 zoom. You don't see it when I put it up there? Let me see. Downloads. How's that now, Steve? Steve. Is that better, Steve? I'm starving. Why I'm starving. I had an apple. I'm still feel hungry. I feel like nuts now or something. What kind of nuts do I have? I have walnuts. Some mixed nuts. Cashews. You should be able to see it in a second. It should come up for you. I'm freezing. Now I'm really cold. What is going? It's 23. That should be like a heat wave, right? Come on, give it a try. I just don't think it's him, because it would be ridiculous, Hart said, for him to be setting something like this up because he is close family member. Everyone knows who he is. He would never get away with it. He would never get away with it. Nobody's ever going to really get away with it, Hart, because they're going to find everybody. They do, right? Whoever did it, they're going to find him. Whoever did it. Whoever did it is going to be found. Steve says it's not Tommaso. Steve says it's not Tommaso. Okay, now we have a new Zoom. But Steve's...
Yeah, I don't know what happened.
Yeah, no, because the Zoom times out every 24 hours. So it was 24 hours. You have to open a new Zoom.
Yeah, all right. Well, we're back. It's just that, if you look at this guy, she's 5'4". That's synonymous with the top of her head, which is literally about halfway up through his ear. That's pretty clear. So you're measuring from the top of his ear to the crown of his head. That's a good 6 inches. You can't get around it.
Okay.
Now, I do have this right. She is 5'4".
Okay.
Okay,
Right.
that makes him 6 foot. Oh, well, no, actually, that makes him 5'10".
Mm-hmm. But she might be 5. Somebody said she was 5'5". I don't know. Maybe she's 5'5". Is she 5'5" or 5'4"?
I'm going by the placard that everybody's
the flyer. I thought Linda kept saying 5'5", 150 pounds. 5'5", 150 pounds. Maybe she said 5'4". I don't know.
I thought but so this guy, if you go by this measurement, this guy's a smidge under 6 foot tall. Okay, not very big. I mean, his hands, his arms. It's just he's kind of gangly to me. I mean, I think of him as a small frame guy with a belly. That's what I'm seeing there. His hands are quite a bit. So I'm 6 foot dead on. I weigh 240 pounds, so I'm a full size man.
Mm-hmm.
By standards, I guess. Doc says I'm a little heavy. I don't think so. I carry it just fine. This guy, you look at his forearms. There's just no muscle tone there. From what I can see, his legs, even under the boomers that he's wearing, they look gangly to me. Well, they do. I'm not looking at the big one. I'm looking at the small one, where the cloth is actually tight around his leg. That is his actual leg size, which, from my perspective, is on the left side. Okay, actually, it's on his right side if you turn in the same direction. He's got some skinny little legs. He's got some skinny little wrists. He's smidge under 6 foot, probably weighing in the neighborhood. I would be surprised if he was a $190. He's definitely not a 200 clubber. Okay, probably somewhere between 180, 190. Under 6 foot. Where was I at here? No hair on his head. Got a beard. got a big old smile. From what I can tell, I mean, I don't know what he's holding there. A dog.
Yeah, a dog.
It's
Mm-hmm.
yeah, it's the same color. You know, I wouldn't trust that guy either. The image I'm looking at.
That's the same
That's
guy.
the same, yeah, that's the same guy. See, in that particular pose right there, if I was in the company of him and I happened to be armed with that man, I would have my hand on my gun. I would. I'm sorry, call it what you want. Okay, that guy looks to me like he'd put two in the back of my head and wouldn't miss a beat. I absolutely would not trust. But when you look, he's not holding the dog. He's got the beard. There's no smile. The eyes are squinting. Okay, he looks more. He looks like a predator. Is what I'm trying to say. In the other picture, he's holding the dog. He's got the big old shit-eating grin. He's next to grandma. Okay, just a different kind of setup. And I don't know the man, so I don't know the way he normally carries himself. If this image is the way that he normally carries himself, I can understand why people would be frightened of him. He's synonymous with being an alpha male. Like I said, if I was in the car with him, I would not be, if I was in his presence, let me try it that way. If I was in his presence, I would not be turning my back on that guy. Without ever meeting, just that look alone. He looks very, very intense. He's definitely posing as a predator. Where in the other one, he's grandma's loving boy, got the big smile, holding the dog, got the pajamas on. The pajamas tell a lot, too, about him. I don't...
Yeah, not a lot of guys, but I'm not putting on those stupid pajamas.
Yeah, right.
Yeah.
No, not happening.
I'm not holding the dog, the stupid dog. Yeah.
Right. You know,
Okay, he's holding the dog and he's got the stupid pajamas on.
You got two different profiles going on here. You got two different personalities going on here. Mm-hmm. Now, whichever one he's normally running with is the one that you want to pay attention to. If he's normally, and that's impossible to say without actually spending more than 3 or 4 minutes staring at a picture, if he's normally the guy that's holding the dog, then I would just X-nay him out of the equation immediately. But if he's normally the guy in the other picture, the stern-looking alpha male predatory look about him, I'd be strapping his behind to a polygraph. But who's to say? I'm not in contact with either one of them.
Right.
I know that if I had to go do, per se, a bank heist, I'm not taking the guy with me in the pajamas. I'm taking the other guy. I'm sorry. Oh, okay, I'm just telling you, my gut. You know, I have learned to listen to that. My mentor.
And what about with the lollipop? Does he look nice with the lollipop?
No, we're right back to that stern shit. Yeah, I got this lollipop in my face. I'm not really digging it.
No, it's like that one with the battery. Come and take it from me. I dare you. Remember that?
Well, exactly. That's the predatory. That's the predatory look of people. It really is. You look at this guy, his eyes are kind of squinted. They're dark. He's got all the facial hair. He's got the gray working for him, which means I've been around. Fear me. I know things. Okay. The T-shirt with the glasses hanging out of his mouth. The glasses hanging around the neck of his shirt. He's got that. It's a predatory look. That whole persona there. Don't mess with me. You'll end up in a trash can somewhere. That, even Kojak had a sucker.
Right, yeah.
Oh, okay, and Kojak was the coolest, but he was definitely a predator.
Kojak?
Okay, Kojak was definitely a predator. He's a cop.
Oh.
The cops are predators. They don't kid yourself. They absolutely are. They sign up for it. I'm just glad to have them on our side when they're not dirty. But this guy here, see, he would know. This guy's in Grandma's house. He knows this house. He knows about the ring cam. Okay, there's no way he doesn't know about the ring cam. If you look at Grandma and him, they're having like the time of their life. He's smiling. He's got jams on, holding the dog.
Right.
He's in her home, and it's very welcoming. He knows. He probably got keys to the house. They just have that look like Grandma's got that look on her face. It's like, this guy's family.
Right.
And he's going along with it, with the big smile, holding the dog and his own jam. So if he has a set of keys, I'm not surprised at all. Which means he knows about the ring cam. There's no way he doesn't know about that. There's no way Grandma hasn't told, hey, I got a ring cam installed. She told everybody in her family.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, she didn't put it up herself. She contracted out to have that done, which means everybody in the family knew about the ring cam. Which brings me back to the fact, the notion that you see this individual coming up, and it's almost like, oh shit, I forgot about the ring cam, and grabs the damn bushes, flowers, whatever they are, to try and discourage him from being seen. And then he gets up to the ring cam, and from what I can see from the ring cam, I don't see any tools. He just snatches it off there, breaks it. A professional would have tools. He'd have signal jammers. This is a high dollar crime that carries a lot of time. You could kiss your life goodbye if you get caught trying to snatch a grandma. It's over. The judge is going to bury you. The jury is going to have no pity on you. If you kill her, if they got the death penalty, you can bet you're getting it. I don't get it. Like I said, that's one way of looking at it. The other way of looking at it is the other people that you take the family completely out of the equation. Okay, they didn't do it, proof positive. It's not that way, but let's just say for a second that it is. Okay, so what are you left with? You're still left with somebody that knows this house because they know about the ring cam. Now, my understanding is there's no forced entry. Okay.
But that could go both ways. They said there was, and then the sheriff said there wasn't. Now, he could be lying, and somebody else could know. We don't know. What if there is forced entry in the back? I don't know.
I can't speculate on that because I don't know. The only thing that I can puzzle together is what I've been told by them. Okay, the no forced entry tells me that he has a key, because a guy that doesn't have the wherewithal to deal with something as simple as a ring cam that I Googled in 2 seconds on how to defeat, which I've never done before. I didn't prop this up for you. I just let me, boom, 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 boom. And I asked Cal, and it took me right to where I needed to go. And they're $10 to $1,000, depending on the model that you get, which is amazingly cheap. And it makes me very disappointed in ring cam. If a $10 device can defeat you, okay, I'm highly disappointed in your technology that any civilian can buy. If there's no forced entry, then he had a key. You can forget the fact that he picked the lock. That guy is incapable of picking his own nose, let alone the tumblers inside of a lock, which I am very familiar with how to do. It's not it's a little toolkit. Okay, this guy didn't pick the lock. If there's no forced entry, he had a key, which now runs you in another direction. So how did he get a key if there's no forced entry? How did he get a key? Well, if he's not family and he has a key, then that meant that somebody was in the house long enough to be able to grab a key, have a key made, and then put the key back on the ring, because grandma's going to be missing her key. She's in and out, going all over the place, locking her doors. She would know, wait, where's the key? I can't lock the door. It's not about being locked out. She wouldn't be able to lock the door on the way out. She would know immediately that she doesn't have a key. So how did somebody get a key? Well, they had to have it made. So me, first thing I'm doing is I'm hitting up every key maker within 100 miles. Okay, because these guys take this stuff very seriously. They just don't make keys for everybody. They don't do it. There's an invoice of it. There's a paper trail of this being made. You can't if you go to Home Depot and have a key made, they write up an invoice for it. They absolutely do. I've known a few safe and vault technicians. You can call them what you want, but they're technically, safe and vault technicians. They take this stuff very seriously. So where'd the key come from? Well, there's a couple of ways that you could go about it. You could make an imprint into clay, and I'm giving up stuff I prefer not to, but we're being all Abe Lincoln here. If I couldn't take the key without getting busted, then I would just take a clay pad and I would make an imprint. But then where do you got to take this, okay, to get this? Because as soon as you show up at a key place, whether it be Home Depot, whether it be a locksmith, and you say, I don't have a master key, can you go buy this? And you show a lead duplicate, or not a lead, but a clay duplicate. Every cop in the neighborhood is going to know about you in the next 24 hours. You're not, and he's not going to do it anyways. You better have a damn good explanation why you don't have the original. So going on that, how did the key get made? It would be somebody that would be able to come into the house that was spending time there, several hours, that could grab a key, hand it off to a partner, have the key made, and then put the original back in place. That's the only way that could be done. Now, that wouldn't be the not the nanny, but the house cleaning person, which is going to be female. Guaranteed. This woman did not hire a guy to clean her house. She hired another female. I don't know this, but for sure, but I know this for sure, if you get what I'm saying. Just like I would know that the landscaping crew are all guys. Okay. So maybe there's a connection there. There's all kinds of things I would be doing that I'm not hearing. If I was in charge of this investigation, whoever did this sweet woman would already be in cuffs. I would have already tracked him down. There's no hiding from me. If I had the FBI's resources, for the love of God, I could just tell people, go do this. If there's no forced entry, he had a key. He didn't have any tools because he would have used them on a ring cam. They would have said that there was marks on the door from a cat's claw. You couldn't really use a crowbar You couldn't use a crowbar because a crowbar is not really meant to open residential doors. You need another type of crowbar, which is called a flat bar or a cat's claw.
A pry bar, isn't it?
I've always known it to be a flat bar or a cat's claw.
Okay.
Okay, I don't know what you. That's designed specifically to get into very, very tight crevices. And they're not nearly as strong as a crowbar per se, but they can get to where a crowbar can't get. But even torquing up on that, you're going to leave an imprint in the wood. You cannot avoid it. You just can't do it. The wood is not as strong and durable as the steel that's putting all this torque on it. There would be a print, a physical indentation into either the door frame or the wood frame around the door. Are there scratches on the lock, which would be synonymous with a lock pick kit? Because you cannot pick a lock without leaving physical proof that you were there. Can't be done. You're going to scratch the lock. Once they tear the lock apart, they're going to see if you use what jumper you used, and that's what we call a bump stick, where you actually stick it in. Hollywood really doesn't do this any justice at all. You would be frightened to know how easy this is and the tools that you can get just to actually unlock a Slag top of the line deadbolt or Slag regular lock. I have a setup for that, but I have it because I'm forever going to job sites just so that nobody thinks I'm doing crazy shit. I have a set of these lock picks because I am forever showing up at job sites to do a service call where the freaking box, the panel, is locked. And I got to get in it. I do it all the time. So actually, I know how to do this professionally. I can't destroy the locks. I have to be able to open up the panel. Your GE panel, commercial panels, they're not like Homeline panels when you go into them. They actually have a lock that when you lock it, the disengagement button there won't allow you to press it. It locks it out, so you can't open it up. You have to pry it open, and those locks are actually quite durable. And I have a set of lock picks that I use for being able to get in there in the middle of the night. And the reason being is I get a service call, a UPS 8 client at 1 o'clock in the morning. Everybody with keys is gone. Mm-hmm. The maintenance man lets me in. Hey, can you go reset this breaker? Our conveyors are down. Okay, well, yeah, I go into the electric room and all the panels are locked. And he ain't got no keys. And so I have to pick the locks. That's why I'm aware of this stuff. It's not because I'm doing anything nefarious. I want to make that perfectly clear. Okay. Having a set of lock picks and knowing how to use them does not make me a criminal. It just means that I'm innovative. And it beats destroying the locks that I'll have to replace out of my own money. So, yeah, I know how to use it. But you cannot use a lock pick, or I can't use a lock pick without scratching up the lock. I see it all the time. I'm like, oh, shit. I'm trying to rub it off and bump it off and stuff because I don't want them. It just looks bad. But it's better than using a screwdriver to force the tumblers open. So, there is that. The guy that I see in that video has no idea how to use a lockpick kit. None. I would go to my grave on that, which means begs the question, how to get in? Well, he got in one of two ways. Either Grandma let him in, which I doubt at 1 o'clock in the morning?
2, yeah.
Something, okay. Grandma's smarter than that. Here's a perfect stranger I don't know wearing a ski mask. Yeah, I'm going to let him in. I'm sorry. I just can't get there. So that eliminates her opening the door from the inside, which means that he got access to it from another way, which means that he had a key. So how did he get the key? Well, he got the key because he has access to her keys, or somebody that has access to her had access to these keys and access long enough for them to have a key made. That's why I keep coming back to the family. These are scenarios, Miss Carolyn, that I have already run through my head. Who has a spare set of keys? The kids. You don't think that all those kids don't have a set of keys? What if her pacemaker shits the bed?
Her daughter probably has a key. But somebody's saying that investigators are now requesting video footage from the 11th of January between 9 and 12 regarding the disappearance of Nancy Guthrie.
Run that by me one more time.
They said investigators are now requesting video footage from the 11th of January between 9 and 12 regarding the disappearance of Nancy Guthrie between the 31st of January and the 1st of February. I don't know how.
Okay, well, that's a 4-hour window.
Yeah, but
okay,
they said the 11th of January.
The 11th of January to the...
But it makes it sound like you would say to February 1st, but there's whoever wrote this, I don't think they have this written right. Let me go to the person that's supposed to have written it. Let me see here.
Yeah, because that's contradictory in nature.
And this person is also saying that Pima County Sheriff Chris Nanos said this evening that additional detainments are expected as investigators sort through thousands of calls and tips connected to the Nancy Guthrie case. Let's see what else is.
Oh, I'm not surprised. I heard through the grapevine they're getting like 4,000 tips a day.
Okay, I think what let's see what they're saying. Nancy Guthrie's home this evening, nearly 11. Okay, so someone's saying those with Ring doorbell cameras. Oh, they're requesting. Investigators are now requesting anyone in the foothills area to have footage from January 11th between 9 and midnight. January 11th, something happened between 9 and midnight. That's what they're saying. Those with Ring doorbell cameras in the foothills are getting an alert saying investigators are requesting footage from January 11th between 9 and midnight.
Well, that suggests to me that they know who they're looking for. And they want to see if this individual is caught on camera. That's very, very vague. We're only getting half a story here, which makes it very convoluted. And I don't blame them for that. They don't want to give it up, and then the guy just disappear like a fart in the wind, never to be seen or heard from again. I get, but it makes it for somebody like me, us, you, it makes it difficult. On January 11th, so for some reason, they seem to think that this individual was in the neighborhood.
Okay, here's the message that went out to these people. Investigators are now requesting video footage from January 11th between 9 p.m. and midnight regarding the Nancy Guthrie case. Also, Saturday, January 31st, between 9:30 and 11. Suspicious vehicle on Via Entrada around 10 a.m.
Right. There's reasons for that. I was going to say they know who their guy is now.
Please check your recordings before they're overwritten.
They know they know his ride, and they're trying to catch him without his suit on, so that they can get facial recognition or something.
Well, they're saying a suspicious vehicle Via Entrada around 10 a.m. So they're looking 9:30, I guess, and 11 a.m. on Saturday, January 31st. 9:30 and 11 a.m.
So they're aware of suspicious activity, in particular a vehicle.
Suspicious vehicle on Via Entrada around 10 a.m.
And they think that individual might be connected to this case. I'm only, supposing here that I want to say they know who they're looking for, okay, or they know his ride, or something along those lines. They would not say that that they just wouldn't word it that way. That's not the way cops talk. They're looking for a specific vehicle at this point. They didn't say we would like all the vehicles that you could possibly catch on your ring cam from this time to that time. They're looking for a specific vehicle, which means that leads me to believe that they know the vehicle somehow. Mm-hmm. Don't know how, but they know the vehicle. Obviously, they don't have a tag, or this would be over. They know the vehicle. They have a vehicle on their radar, and they're trying to catch it in the daylight. That would be the only reason for them to say that, because that's daylight hours. This thing is so convoluted. Like I said, I was making a joke earlier that, it's going to come to find out that Grandma faked her own disappearance and went to Italy for 2 weeks just to play a gag on everybody. And I say that because of the kid in a hot air balloon that traveled halfway across the United States. In theory, the kid was trapped in a hot air balloon many years ago. Turned out it was a prank. Okay, there was nobody in the balloon, and he got into a whole heap of trouble for it. But I'm just trying to show levity here. There's nothing funny about this situation, and way too much has been given to her age and her frailty. This is a human being. I don't give a damn if she's 84 or 16 in perfect health. This is a human being that has disappeared off the planet like a fart in the wind, and their blood is on the sidewalks. Okay? It doesn't matter that she's 84. Sure, it complicates the hell out of it. But I wish they would quit beating that drum that this is so important because she's 84 years old. No, this is so important because she's a human being who apparently has been abducted against their will. It would be no different than if you turned up missing. Not to me, anyways. And maybe I'm looking at it wrong, but I try to bring gallows humor into it because it sickens me inside that we have evolved so we have just so not grown as a species.
Okay, and they also said this man that said he was a private investigator today said he was hired by the Guthrie family. They said that they have not hired any private investigator, so nobody knows who that guy was that says he was a private investigator.
Why not? I would be all over that. I don't know why they're not doing a bunch of things. I don't know why they're not defending themselves. The kid they jacked up, the other night, I mean, he didn't hesitate. News conference, they're not doing all kinds of things that I would think they would be doing. Because I guarantee you, if they're focusing on the family, then they're wasting, and they didn't do it, then they're wasting their time. I would be doing everything I could to get the cops off their radar so they could be looking for the actual perpetrator who probably has killed my mother at this point. I would. You need to volunteer, whatever, okay? Fingerprints, DNA, I'll give it all to you. What do you need? Okay? I'll race you to the polygraph. I know it's not admissible in court, but we're not in court. Okay, I'm just trying to get off the radar. Why they're not doing this, I have no idea. Why they're not holding press conferences vehemently, that's my $50 word for the day.
Okay.
Vehemently not denying this. I mean, hostilely, because I would.
Right.
How dare you?
But yeah.
Okay, I get the fact that, because of this thing, that everybody's on the radar, but I'm over it, man. Okay, it's not me.
Mm-hmm.
I volunteered to take a polygraph test, and I passed it. So don't blow up my house, or don't. I absolutely would. They're not doing anything that I can think of that would exonerate them. I'm seeing no human activity here to suggest this. All I'm getting is they're hiding like a bunch of what's-its in a clamshell. They don't want the press. They don't want. We want to hide. We respect our privacy. This, that, the other. I got a newsflash for you. All three of them. Okay? You don't have any privacy anymore. That got smoked as soon as your mom turned up missing. Okay, so I don't have any clue why they are acting the way they are acting. It makes no sense. There's a ton of stuff that doesn't make any sense, but things just flag to me as a human being, with frailties and all, that they're just not doing it. So why not? That's the question I'm asking. Why aren't you trying to help this investigation? You've got the money. Why aren't you hiring an investigator? Why don't you have 4 or 5 investigators running this show? Obviously,
why don't they have a reward? Why don't they have a reward for their work?
Yeah.
Why don't they put up $5 million for anybody that has anything of who this person is that took our mother?
Yeah, exactly. I could not have said it better.
That's weird.
Okay.
That's weird. I mean, like I said, people put it up for a dog. I mean, how do you not put it up for your mother?
And they've got the money, which really just, like I said, this all keeps, every time I try to cut these people some slack, there's something about this that just drags me back to them. That one
because
or
it's
two,
bizarre. It's okay. Like you might say, okay, they don't have that money, but this Savannah Guthrie definitely has that money.
Yeah, they've got that money.
Okay, and she said we will pay. Okay, so you don't want to pay the ransom. You don't think that's legit. Why not offer a reward that you would only pay when you get the information? So why would you at least offer that? Because $50,000 is nothing today. Okay, that $50,000, and these people would spend $50,000 on a purse at Tiffany. Come on, you don't even.
Right.
You can't offer. You can't put up $3 million for your mother. Come on.
Have you ever seen? I thought about how I would say
it's ridiculous. I don't understand that.
I thought about how to say this because I don't want you to get any trouble on YouTube, because while we're doing this on Zoom, it's being actually transmitted through.
Wait, please check with me before you do it, please.
Let me say it this way.
Wait, okay.
Let me say it this way. Anybody that's seen the movie will understand exactly. Have you ever seen Mel Gibson's movie Ransom?
Oh, you mean they put a ransom on the
Yeah, don't say it.
Well, that's nothing's bad about that, but I mean, just that you can say it like that, just like that.
Why isn't this being done? Because I'll tell you, that's what I would do, because this individual has compadres. This was not done alone. Somebody knows.
Whatever.
it's his family, girlfriend,
Whatever. Yeah, but put out a
compadre.
ransom. Not a ransom, a reward. I'm sorry. Put out a reward
Yeah,
for anybody bringing us any information on our mother. What is the problem with that? Because it's not like they're only going to pay it when they get the information that's valid, right? So
Right, it's
they're not
gonna
going
have
to
to
be
check
out
out, and
any
they're not
money,
gonna
but
pay
at
it.
least you're going to give people an incentive. Maybe they're going to, who knows, if they know something, they'll get the information to you somehow. Why not do it? If you got nothing, slim to none, is this will, I mean, gosh, you'd be going crazy saying, what can I do? What can I do? Okay, I'll put out a $5 million reward
yeah,
and see
yeah.
what happens.
You know, and just like Mel Gibson was saying, I'm reflecting on this now. In those circles, in those particular circles, do you know anybody that wouldn't dime you up for $1 million?
Yeah, but wait a second. Can I say something to
Other
Hart? Let me say
people
something,
know.
Hart.
Other
Hart,
people know. This
I know
individual.
Yeah, Hart, they didn't want to pay the ransom, but I'm not talking about a ransom. Why haven't they
No,
put
I'm
a
talking about a
reward?
reward.
No, I'm telling Hart. Why didn't they put
Oh.
a reward, Hart, for their mother? Forget the ransom. They didn't let them pay the ransom. Forget it. Why not say, we're going to give our own reward? FBI is giving $50,000. That's great for the FBI, but that's really not much, especially, okay? Put out $4 million, $5 million. If you're really serious about getting your mother back, what's the harm in it? If nobody comes through with the information, you're not losing any money. And
Right.
if they come through with the information, you should gladly pay it.
It's money well spent. You know, I mean, I'm going on the premise that I know for a fact the individual that we see in that camera is not the only individual that knows what happened here. Okay, and if you get them to fight amongst themselves, you know, it could be a jaded girlfriend, an ex-wife, just somebody who's familiar with the situation. This type of people in that type of life, one of my more painful experiences, learning experiences, was you don't have any friends. Forget it. Yeah, they're chummy with you. Yeah, we're drinking with you. But if we can make a buck off of you, we will not hesitate. Mm-hmm. It's the nature of the business, okay? It's one of the reasons why I whatever, okay? But, I mean, it was a turning point for me, spiritually. But, yeah, put out a reward. Look, if you know something, if you know this individual, I'll give you $1 million. You don't have to reach out there with 4 or 5 million. You reach out there with $1 million to the average person, me included. What about you? What kind of game-changing effects would $1 million in cash, Carolyn, do to your life?
Right. So why won't they do it? Why won't they offer that for their mother? I mean, I just don't even get it.
Yeah, that's no chicken shit amount of money. That's a lot. That's a lot of, as they say, that's a lot of cheese. Okay, this guy ain't got any friends. He doesn't have any friends. I don't think he understands that. So if they were to actually offer a reward,
people offer a reward for a wallet, a missing wallet, a missing ring, a missing, oh, this is so sentimental, my wedding ring. Reward. This is your mother. You don't put out a reward? I don't get it. I just don't get it.
My mother offered $500 for a dog.
Of course, everybody would offer a minimum of $500 if they lost their dog. I mean, come on.
Yeah. And I mean, this poor woman was traipsing all over the state of Florida looking for it. Of
course. I just don't understand why you would not put out a reward for your mother.
Yeah. And this leads me back to, like I said, all these wagons just keep coming back to the home. There's things that should be happening from the family that are clearly not happening. And I'll tell you, I got a news flash for them. Okay, if Grandma is found and is alive by the grace of God, the good grace of God, she's alive, she won't be forgetting this shit anytime soon. Why didn't you offer a reward for me? I can just, it would never end. You're all getting disowned. You can forget about inheritance.
And you know what else is really weird? Okay, why aren't they? Okay, here's the other thing. Why aren't they down there at their mother's house? Why aren't they going there at least once a day? Most people would make an appearance. Most people would bring the people with money like that would send the FBI and the police officers that are there donuts, coffee, all this stuff out there to them. That normal people that don't even have money like that go and do things like that. These people have millions and millions of dollars. Why aren't they doing that?
I do this very thing that you're talking about, to all bucket truck drivers who are trying to restore our power, like in the hurricane season when the power's out.
Right.
I'm running around in my truck with fresh coffee and donuts.
Right. Not even one time. And the other thing is, how come there's no prayer vigil?
Yeah, there's things here that are missing.
The community wrote, they're bringing yellow roses, the homeowners association and all this. Where's the prayer vigil? What about the church that they go to that she was missing from? Where is the prayer vigil?
Like I said, Miss Carolyn,
something's wrong here. There's a lot that's not okay, and something's really missing.
All the things that are missing here, just keep circling me back to them. Now, I saw her with the Bleeding Heart script that she wrote, and obviously they're reading a script. There's no doubt about it. But when she's
where are we moving? Hold on a second. I want to ask Puddin where we're moving to. What are we moving on to? Are you coming on, Pudding? And you're going to put on some content here? Seriously, tell me what to move on to. I don't know what I'm moving on to. You don't think there should be a prayer vigil? You don't think there should be a reward? What am I moving on to?
We only know what they show us. We don't know what they've done behind the scenes. Let's move on. Okay.
I don't know what I'm moving on to. That's why I want to know what Puddin, if she's going to come up here and tell me what I'm moving on to. But there's something wrong with me saying that there should be a prayer vigil? I don't think there is. This woman, she was missing from church. That shows that, she believes in the power of prayer. Why is there no prayer vigil? I don't understand that. Why is there no reward? That would not go on behind closed doors, Pudding. A reward would go out in front of the public.
I'd offer a reward if I didn't have the money. I'd sell my home. I'm nothing like them, but I could sell this house for a couple hundred large, and I'd be living in a container carrier if I had to, and my wife would be right there beside me. Mm-hmm. Where's my mom at? There's things that are missing here that lead me to believe if they weren't, and I'm reluctant to say it, but I'm just going to throw it out there, that if they're not involved in it, they don't give a damn if she's gone.
Well,
that's cold-blooded. Yeah. I mean, that's cold-blooded. But their actions are making me think that. The no flowers, the no prayer vigil, the no reward, the no...
Not going there. Why aren't they searching? Like most people would be, they're going to search. They'll just search themselves if their mother's missing.
I would be out there in the desert looking for gloves.
I just don't understand why they're not even going around there. They're just like, I don't get it. They have some guy at their house, blue gloves, getting their mail, getting them stuff, bringing it to this other house that I don't know, they bought it or it's an Airbnb or wherever the heck it is. But why aren't they there? Why aren't they out there at least once a day?
This is why I'm saying, Miss Carolyn, that it's got me concerned that if they're not involved in it, they don't care that she's gone.
Okay, then
Their own
I don't know what I'm
behavior is
moving on
talking.
from.
Their own behavior is making me say that. There's a total lack of any kind of serious it's I mean, I'm sorry, but no, I'm not sorry. That's just the way I feel. I was thinking about it today because this is kind of consuming to me as well. I'm thinking about this stuff, and it's like, why aren't they doing this? Why aren't they doing that? I'd be doing this. What would I be doing if it were my mother that was missing? I'd be nothing but fire and brimstone all over the place. I would be knocking on doors. Did you see anybody? I'd be asking all kinds of questions. I wouldn't be relying on the cops to do anything. I just wouldn't. Not that I got a problem with them. It's just that I would be compelled. That's what I'm trying to say. I would be compelled. I wouldn't have a choice in the matter. I'd be out beating the brush. I'd be offering rewards. Even if I could pay them, I would be lying my hats off if I had to. Anything.
Right. Well, I mean, even if they couldn't, they could sell her house if they got her back. Sorry, Mom, you're back. We got to sell your house, okay? They'd have their mother. They wouldn't care, okay? You can live with us.
Exactly. I'm guaranteed.
Hi, Holly, Naomi. How are you?
Care.
Good to see you, Holly. Yeah, I don't understand. I just don't understand why there's no prayer vigil, because obviously, I mean, it was something that even Savannah wrote a book, What God Does Best is Love Us, or What God Does Most. So these are people that believe in God. Why is there no prayer vigil?
It's an interesting point. Actually,
I mean, almost every missing child, missing mother, missing... there's a prayer vigil. There's a prayer vigil.
Do we know if they put any posters up? I've been putting flyers up everywhere. We do it for our dogs. Flyers. Have you seen this animal? I'll pay. Yeah. But yet, there seems, like I said, from the very beginning, when I saw the three of them together.
Oh, okay. All right, Puddin'. All right, Puddin'.
I said, there's a total disconnect here. There's a total disconnect. It's like they're doing this because they're being compelled to do this. They don't really want to do it.
Okay.
That's the look that I get. The one lady, okay, I don't know why you would have. She's reading a script. You can see it that she's looking down. She's reading something as she's talking. She's reading a script. Probably FBI induced, whatever. Why would you need a script? Why would this be so sanitized like this? Where's the raw emotion that's supposed to be there and clearly is not there? Mm-hmm. So I'm saying to myself, the only two things that I can come up with is if they're not directly involved in it, they don't care if they get her back or not.
If you want to call in, Holly, just you have to email me and I'll give you a number. She wants to comment on the prayer vigil. You have my email, Holly? Yeah. It's Carolyn@truecrimechat.org.
I'd like to comment on the vigil, my opinion, when I get back, but I don't know how to call.
Yeah, just email.
Footnote referring to behind the video catching up, though. Yeah, we're all catching up. Don't fret that. When we're all, if you're not confused, you don't know what's going on. Mm-hmm. That's honest. I hate to say that like that, but there's something that is obvious. Every fiber, Miss Carolyn, I'm telling you, every fiber of my being says that this is this is off. And I don't mean the crime itself. I'm saying the way it was perpetrated, the lack of genuine emotion that would be there. I would be a bucket of tears, and I am not, and I would be angry. I would be going through, I wouldn't be cool to be around. I would be safe to be around. I absolutely would not be. I would be in such an uproar. It's my mom. Okay. I don't care what kind of childhood I had, how angry mom, it wouldn't matter. Now, maybe that's my Mediterranean bloodline showing through, but you would know, looking in my face, that I was deadly serious about this. There'd be no shutting me up about it. I'd be calling professors left every day.
Right.
Please, as anybody, please. Every day. They're not going to charge you for it, and even if they did, so what? Okay, they from my perspective, from there, they got money, they don't care anyways. I'd be doing this every day. I would be harnessing the power of the internet. I would be talking to the hoaxers and the trolls. Please don't do this. We're trying, I know you're trying to make a buck, but please, you're interfering with my ability to locate my mother. Stop what you're doing. Not to mention you're going to go to prison.
Right.
When you get caught. I would be addressing everybody, every angle. I would be burning up the phone lines. I would be with the police. I would have been crawling all over the neighborhood with FBI and the police. I would be the only person that you could guarantee wasn't planting evidence. For all we know, the frickin' perpetrator has actually been there and was leaving false flags.
But
I don't
yeah,
think he's that
Hart,
smart.
I have, yeah, but yes, of course I would expect her to be praying and that there's people praying with her because I know that all of us are praying with her, but that doesn't stop you from having a prayer vigil. Come on, Hart, you know that. We've done enough of these cases when these people go missing, when the mothers, even when unfortunately they are found deceased, there are still prayer vigils for them.
Candles everywhere, shrines.
Think back
Eternity shrines.
to Lacey Peterson. When Shanann, there was prayer vigils. There's prayer vigils all the time when people are missing. And it doesn't mean that they're not praying at home. It's a coming together of the community. And this community is supposed to be so tight. And they put that stuff out there. Why is there not a prayer vigil? It's very odd.
I can't get past the precious. Why isn't her face on television begging for help every day? That's what I would be doing. It's not really fair to the average civilian because I haven't been a civilian for 30 years, 40 years. Once you go down, I'm a firm believer that once you cross certain lines, there's no coming back.
What is the
Just
meaning
like
of that hashtag, Robert? I don't know what that means. And if I don't know what it means and you don't tell me, I'm going to delete it because I have no idea what that means. Yeah, prayer vigil is the coming together of the community, especially those church friends that she was at. And, I know that they watched a streaming service, but I just don't know why they haven't had a vigil there. She's been missing. Is it going to be 12 days, 11 days, 12 days? I don't even know what we're going on. And there's been no prayer vigil.
Hey, you keep saying prayer vigil, and that's appropriate for you given your religious nature. I myself, it's the same thing. I'm just splitting hairs here. There would be candles. There would be a shrine. There would be posters on every telephone pole within 100-mile range.
Right.
I would be at the printers. I need. Where's my mom? there's just things that are missing here.
When Lacey Peterson was missing, do you guys remember they made a command post? Remember?
I remember
that, okay.
Very well.
Even Scott was helping in that. They were getting stuff out every day. The family was there. They were having a prayer vigil. Scott was there. You remember all this? I don't see. I'm not really getting this.
Well, what you're doing inadvertently, and I'm not trying to put words in your mouth. You're agreeing with me. You're all this comes back with you as a human being. What you're saying here is there's something missing. There's something that's very important that is missing. Now, I'm a guy, so I'm going to say the stupidest, most ludicrous thing that a guy can come up with, and I already did. Either they're in on it or they don't. If they're not in on it, they really don't care if she does come back, which I know sounds heinous and horrible, but I'm led to believe that, Miss Carolyn, just simply because of all the things we're talking about that are missing, that are not happening here. They're not. They're just not happening, and for the love of God, I have no idea why. It makes no sense to me at all why these things are just not happening. An American sculptor recognized for
Holly, make sure that you have .org and not .com, because I don't have an email from you yet.
I'm looking what ASAWA actually stands for. I'm sorry, I'm Stephen. And it's a pretty pitiful scene. I don't think it's anything derogatory. It's Ruth, however that name, American, 1926 to 2013. Recognized for her wire sculpture, public commission. I don't get what does aswa mean? Aswa, Filipino word meaning spouse, husband, or wife. That's what thank you, Hal. That is what the word ASAWA stands for. In translation, it's a tagline, Filipino word meaning spouse, husband, or wife, serving as a general gender neutral term for one's partner in marriage.
I don't understand why. I'm just going to remove it. I don't know why it's there. And Robert, I asked you to please tell me what it means. Okay. All right. Okay, Steve. Thanks for coming in.
What it means. Cool. Yeah, I don't want people thinking that I'm the know-all crystal ball kind of guy because of my past. I'm human with human frailties, like any other human being on the planet. But I'm trying to rack my brain and use everything in the arsenal that has been gifted to me in the course of my life to try and sort this out. And fortunately for me, I have my past that is very revealing for a lot of things in this particular situation. I guarantee you the guy that did this, the guy we see on there was not the mastermind here. Guaranteed. He's incapable of that kind of intellectual thought. All I have to do is look at the way he's dressed and his walk up the platform there to the house to know everything I need to know about him. The gun location, what it's pointing at, the fact that he's wearing a neon sign in the middle of the night, call it a backpack if you will, he's wearing a high-vis thing. I've never seen that. I would never entertain that idea. Okay, in the dark of night, I'm going to wear something on me that is so loud they can see me from the space station. Mm-hmm. This is not synonymous with some intellect. Right. This is synonymous with thug. thug mentality. Okay, I don't. There's parts of this that are just weird. And why this
Oh,
guy
I found it.
isn't
It went to
handcuffed-
spam. It went to spam. Hold on a minute. Sorry about that. It went to spam. Let me get it out of spam. All right. I don't know why it got out of spam.
Yeah, Lacey. I was very upset that Peterson was spared the ultimate punishment behind the errors that the DA made, that the higher court said, yeah, we're not going to kick you free, but we're going to commute your sentence to life in prison without the possibility of parole. I'm very sad and angered that this is happening in this day and age. I mean, just like I was angered about O.J. Simpson.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, because it's quite clear to me and to everybody on the planet, okay, what exactly happened to that poor girl and that man, and that young man, you know, and yet acquittal. I would expect that result if I were trying OJ, just from my lack of experience. But Marshall Clark was a seasoned veteran prosecutor. And so I don't get it. The same thing happened with Scott Peterson. The man was duly charged, duly tried. A jury of his peers, which his lawyer helped it himself, okay, found him guilty.
Hi, Submarine.
And then assigned a death sentence, and it gets kicked back to life because of an error on the prosecutor's end. Whatever. That's jurisprudence for you. You know, it's very, very sad.
Right.
But I come back. I can't get past the notion that this family is somehow involved in this some way. And it's a combination of things, and I'm just going to rehearse what I've already said. It's just a combination of things that are not happening with this family that should be happening with this family, and I called it a disconnect from what is going on. People say, well, yeah, you know, it might be shock, you know. Well, there is that. But all three of them at the same time acting the same way, I am so not buying that. I absolutely am not buying that. It's not one person. It's all three of them sitting there and just a complete void of something that I don't know what. I could speculate, but I don't like to do that. I like to follow physical evidence, because evidence is something. Evidence puts me in mind of something that a mentor who was very near and dear to me at the time told me as a young man, when he said, dude, a bullet always tells the truth.
Mm-hmm.
Right? And I equate that over to evidence. Now, me being who I am now, the evidence doesn't lie. Okay, it's incapable of that. It is neutral. It doesn't lie. It always tells the truth. It's a fingerprint is a fingerprint. DNA is DNA. It always tells the truth. This whole miraculous glove thing, I'm inclined to say that somebody just dropped those gloves there just so they could get their 15 minutes of fame.
Right.
Which is truly tragic.
Yeah, well, what happens in a lot of cases, but yeah, there's no way that glove was there for 11 freaking days.
and nobody knows. And I'm hearing that it's a pair of gloves, not one.
Well, I
it's
know
a
now
pair
they're
of gloves.
saying a pair. I know they were saying one, now they're saying a pair. I don't know.
Yeah. So, and now if this is the case, then you've got the forensics department of the feds, which is where this is. Those gloves are in Quantico, Virginia right now, guaranteed. There is a scientist
Hi,
who
Twisted.
specializes in DNA that is wasting his time trying to scrounge for some DNA particle sweat in there, because him having 2 layers of gloves on, which I spotted right off the bat, not that it means anything to me. I looked at those gloves and I'm like, there's something wrong there with those gloves. There's something wrong there. And then I said, well, that's 2 sets of gloves. It's rubber over regular gloves. But by doing that, okay, it gets hot. That means your hands are going to sweat. That's DNA. So you've got some forensics scientist in Quantico, Virginia, because that's where them gloves went. Okay? And then what's with the paper bag?
That's what they put evidence in. They put evidence in paper bags. Yeah, they do.
That's the first I've seen it. I mean, all the evidence bags I have ever seen were clear plastic bags, which immediately were sealed and signed up on, so that there's a chain of evidence is what they call that. Okay. What was in the plastic bag? What was in the paper bag? Was it a used paper bag? Was it a new paper bag?
No, they
New
say
paper
evidence.
bag?
They usually say evidence on the outside.
Yeah. I don't see that. That looks like a sandwich bag I take to work every day. That's a 3-pound bag, what they call it.
Oh, we have to see the other side. Yeah, the other side usually has a evidence and then some lines to write. Hi, Holly. Holly. Uh-oh. Holly.
Right. Twisted stitches. I hear what you're saying. It's news to me. All of the evidence bags I have ever seen have been clear, and maybe I'm missing something here. It's plastic bags. They've got tape on them, sealing tape, and then an officer signs off on them. That way they have a chain of what they call a chain of evidence here. Was the bag stapled?
Are you there, Holly?
Am I good now?
Yeah.
Okay, I am tech challenged. I even installed this app for you.
Okay.
I do not know what I'm doing, so I'm sorry.
That's
okay.
No worries.
Anyway, go ahead. Sorry, didn't mean to interrupt.
Oh no, you wanted to say something in the prayer vigil, right?
Yeah. I sorry, I had to shut my cats out right before I dialed in. They want to come in. It's almost 3 a.m. my time. So there's a few things, just some nuggets, some ideas. I do mod for 2 other channels, so even though I follow true crime, it's like I see a lot more because of that.
Okay.
And there's just some few comments that I'm just going to dot around, and I'll begin with a visual. For reference, I am a Reformed Christian.
Okay.
However, I respect that other people have the right to believe what they want. Now, Savannah Guthrie is a celebrity, as it were. She is very well known. Mm-hmm. She is famous. And I think a prayer vigil, in my opinion, is very personal. And it makes me very frustrated that people are so quick to judge and rush to condemn this family for for them not doing what they think they should do or not do. I do have some comments. I'm not talking about Annie and Tommaso. I'll get to that. So, but a prayer vigil for some people, it can seem kind of like a final thing. For example, a lot that I have seen on the streets say that it looked the one with Nancy's picture at the front of the church and all that it seemed more like a goodbye than a prayer vigil, and I get that. I also feel that if the family doesn't want to do a prayer vigil, they have reasons to do it, and one of those would be Savannah's popularity, also the knowledge of this case and how far it has spread. Security would definitely be a problem. Now, I do love the fact that NBC did hire personal security for Savannah. That's fantastic. So basically, with all niceness and the kindness of this Texas heart, people need to back off. They really do. Of Savannah specifically. If they want to hold a prayer vigil, okay.
But no, she didn't even have to hold I mean, you would think that people in the church and her friends and her community would hold a prayer vigil.
Okay. And again, we don't know what is, and I agree with that. And I mean, I have followed true crime for over 40 years. Let's put it that way. Okay. So I am no stranger to prayer vigils and the decision to, and to not have one, communities that have held one, communities that haven't. And honestly, it's a personal decision. Now, let's just kind of go down this bit of a rabbit hole and duck right back out. We don't know what law enforcement has said. It has been shared and known that this is one of the biggest cases that they've seen in that area in quite a while. Mm-hmm. And so it draws a lot of attention. We don't know if law enforcement has told people to not do that. For example, the sheriff actually tweeted, I say tweet, but it's X, it's silly, but whatever, that the media is not to use addresses of the victims to deliver food.
Right.
Now, I kind of agree with that.
Well, that happened. That happened. It happened.
I'm sorry, what?
That's because it happened yesterday.
Yeah, it did happen. Yeah. I didn't say it didn't happen. I'm just saying.
No, I didn't say that. You didn't say it didn't happen. I said that he tweeted that, but he said that's because it happened. So he said, I can't believe I have to do this, but please don't use the addresses. Mm-hmm.
Right. So it's like, okay, what else has law enforcement? Have they told people not to do that? To draw more attention, because it would flood the area. These people have done personal interviews. The residents, that's the word I'm looking for, have spoken out on several media channels, news media, saying we don't like all of the traffic in our area. It used to be quiet. It's not quiet anymore, for example. So there's a lot of nuts and bolts that move with the decision to hold a prayer vigil, because it affects the community. It's a personal decision. There's a lot to be considered. And so for those reasons, and because we don't know everything, and they are keeping things so close to the vest, again, in all respectfulness, I don't know how else to say it, people just need to step off and let the family and the community
make their own
decisions.
The family is asking for the public's help. The family has reached out to the public. How many videos? 4 videos imploring the public to help?
Yeah, for tips. Yes, ma'am.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Absolutely. So, now, let's also note that I am in Houston. Mm-hmm. Yay! I don't like it here. The weather sucks. We have a Nancy Guthrie billboard here.
Right.
Yes, ma'am, we do. So what's wrong with me holding a prayer vigil? Well,
nothing.
I suffer with chronic illnesses. Right. So I have trouble just walking down the hallway, much less outside. That's my excuse. But it's not to say that people all over who are affected can't hold their own vigils. It's just, it may not be televised. It may not be, they may not be spreading the word enough, but I fully believe in my heart of hearts that people are holding vigils somewhere. But as a Christian, to circle back, I pray 1 John 5:14, and that verse essentially says that whatever we pray that's in the Lord's will, it will happen. And we have no effect on it because he is sovereign and he's in control. And that's it. And there's a lot of peace in that because I'm a people pleaser. And when I got a hold of that, I'm like, okay, I don't have to worry about if something doesn't happen, it's all my fault. I do my best and with whatever I have. And because I can't leave my home, you know what? I share awareness everywhere that I can, because that's the best that I can do. So in my own way, I guess I have an ongoing vigil for Nancy. I also hold her in my prayers that I don't tell anybody else what I pray to the Lord about, but he hears. And he's the one that matters, and that's it.
But that's your belief, and that's great. And we are, like I said, a lot of us are praying for her, and we're not saying, but, and you say you've covered or followed true crime for 40 years. I probably have you beat because I'm probably older than you. But in my time,
I'll be 51.
Okay, well, I still have
I'll say my age. There you go.
I have a few years, and we're in our 50s, but I got a couple years on you. So okay, so but I've seen vigils, a lot of them, when people are missing, or even if it unfortunately changes that the missing people are found and it's not in a good way, there's still a vigil. And so even if they didn't want to come, I am a little bit shocked that, especially because she was meeting with people from her, well, they watch church on the on their, I don't know, on the TV or whatever they stream it, that there wasn't, because there has been a little bit of a gathering of things at the sort of the driveway where there's a cactus and they put up, we stand with you. And now I heard they're asking for yellow roses. And so you would think that, I don't know, there is a little, those saint candles. I know there was at least one of them there. That usually with that, the next thing is the vigil, and it's strange that there hasn't been a vigil, not even not only by the family but by anybody in the community. I just find it strange. That's all.
Yeah, and like I said, I totally respect that. I mean, I disagree with your mod saying that I'm giving y'all my opinion and that y'all shouldn't be saying yours. No, that's not right at all. I welcome opinions. The problem is that when opinions become arguments, that's where I draw the line. As I often say, respectful opinions are welcome, but disrespecting isn't, right? We don't have to agree on everything. So
no, and even if we don't agree, if you say, oh, well, I don't want them to have a prayer vigil and you're wrong, then I should be allowed to say, well, I kind of think something's wrong with that, and we should be able to just say that. That's fine.
Yeah, and I'm glad you said that, because that led into what I was trying to get at earlier whenever I was saying, when I made a brief point, because I wanted to see what you would respond with, that it's possible that law enforcement may be telling people to not have vigils, because in my opinion, that would go against our constitutional rights. Okay, so
what would go against your rights? To have a vigil?
If a cop told me, well, you can't have a prayer vigil, then that would go against my constitutional right, using myself as an example. If I say, hey, I want to hold a vigil for Nancy Guthrie at Houston, downtown Houston, and the police tell me, well, no, you can't do that. At that point, yes, that would go against my rights, because it's
they couldn't do that.
Public area, freedom of speech, and all of that, right?
Right. They couldn't do that. It would probably advise against it, but they couldn't stop you from doing that. May I inject something? Just for a minute. May I inject something?
Yeah. Go ahead.
Oh yeah.
Here's where I differ from you, not in an argumentative way, just in a different set of circumstances. I have not been blessed with the gift of faith. Okay, while I have some religious background in my early youth, and I'm quite a bit older than most of you guys there, I am a child of science. Okay, that is, if I'm going to pray to anything, it's to that, because I don't believe for a second that God's going to find this woman. I believe that, and I say that with all due respect to everybody. I say that because at the end of the day, it's going to be hard evidence that finds this woman. It will be hard evidence that convicts the person that committed this crime. It will be hard evidence that convinces a jury to find this individual guilty of either the kidnapping and demise or a combination of both. I am a child of science, therefore I have to assume certain things that may not be palatable to somebody per se of faith, because it's just the way I'm built. Okay, and I respect all opinions, and I really do. They have injected me into their life. I did not inject myself into their life. They came on television and asked for help, and I'm trying to do that in the only way that I know how to do it, which is with the lack of emotion and cut and dry DNA evidence, physical evidence. You understand where I'm going with this?
I do, and you're going the same direction that I was going. So, going back to when I stated my personal religious beliefs, and I stated that I respect others' right to different beliefs. So, for that reason, I have a disconnect for the universal term prayer vigil being used, because not everyone prays. So, what do you guys think would be a word that would be fitting to put before the word vigil that is not the word prayer? That way people that don't pray would feel welcome to come or participate.
Right. That's why I've not injected God into this in any kind of way, and I've been very, very careful not to do that. Now, am I actually praying for a successful recovery of this woman and praying to God? Well, that's my business and my business alone. But as far as this vigil is concerned, that's why I use that term very, very deliberately, because of my lack of religious bias, if you will, and it's not a bad thing, because I'm a child of science. I totally support the idea of vigil, and I think where the disconnect is coming from is purely semantics. It's tomatoes. Call it a prayer vigil. I call it a vigil. It's where a bunch of people get together, light a bunch of freaking candles, and everybody just kind of commiserates around, and we all talk about the wonderful things in this woman's life. It doesn't necessarily mean that she's dead and we're saying goodbye to her. It means that we've come together as human beings. Okay?
Exactly. Thank you.
Okay.
So basically you're saying to drop the word prayer and just call it vigil. That way everyone, exactly, regardless of their beliefs, feels welcome to participate, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Okay. Cool.
You know, that's been my statement from the very beginning, because I know how turbulent this whole religious thing can get, and it can get that way in a big hurry. I don't have a choice in the matter. I am a child of science. I build computers. I build supercomputers. I write code. I make AI engines. I am a child of science, and I believe that it is science that
Can
is
I ask you
going
something
to bring
though?
closure to
Wait,
this.
can I ask you something,
Sure.
UHP? Do you believe that if you are heavy into science, you can't believe in God?
No, absolutely not. I believe
Okay.
all science does is keep religion honest.
Because I was just going to say, because
Einstein said the same thing. Einstein said the same thing. Exactly, verbatim. Religion keeps science honest, or science keeps religion honest. I got it backwards there. I transposed something, and I firmly believe that. But it doesn't mean that we can't commiserate. It doesn't mean that one is excluded from the other.
Okay, no, I just wanted to know. Because I was going to say to you, I'm very high into science. I tripled my sciences when I was in high school and college. I was pre-med, but I still believe in God.
Yeah.
So I thought you were just going to say if you're into science, you can't believe in God because there are people that say that.
Absolutely not.
Okay.
And anybody that truly believes in science has to concede that there's some sort of higher power here running the show. At this point,
I was just wondering because when you were saying that, I was just wondering.
You have to.
I
don't
love
have a
code
choice.
too, and
I'm alive.
a lot of stuff like that.
I'm alive. I firmly believe that I'm alive and have been allowed to live this life because there was a higher power at work here. I don't have a choice in that. I mean,
it was just a question because you just kept saying, because there are people that say they don't believe in God because they believe in science. So there are people that say that. So I just wanted to clarify that.
Let me put it another way, okay? Mm-hmm. I am a child of science and am in no way an atheist.
Okay.
Oh, okay.
Well, thank you for that.
I know plenty of priests, Catholic priests that work at CERN in Switzerland. They're running the show. They're priests and they're science and they're scientists.
Oh yeah, because I don't agree that anybody that's into science then can't believe in God. Not at all. But there are people that say that. I was just clarifying. That's all.
Okay, so let's hop off the religion train and move on because the other participant made, you said two words that were key to my next question, which has nothing to do with religion.
Okay.
You said male caller. I apologize. I came in late. I was busy modding on another channel, so here I am. You said the word quote unquote hard evidence. Okay, I have a question about the glove. Now, I've been busy making sourdough today, and then I took a nap because I'm sick and got up and did my thing, and here I am. So I know very little about what led to Carlos's detainment in the first place. It seems there's a lot of confusion about that. And then, so right before I jumped on here, I saw an article saying that it was DNA that led the law enforcement. I just use that term loosely. I have no idea if it was the FBI or Pima County or whoever. Led to the arrest. Now, I also know that Carlos delivered for Amazon, and there was an Amazon package on her front porch. So does anybody on panel or in chat know specifically the source, like what DNA off what item led to their detaining Carlos and doing what they did?
I have not heard anything about them pulling DNA. Look, I can tell you this much for sure, okay? If they had DNA evidence that puts him there, this young man would be in cuffs in a jail cell right now. Now, what did happen was, we're back to the science thing, his phone was able to prove conclusively that he was nowhere near this woman ever. Let me rephrase that. Okay, it conclusively that his phone was nowhere near this residence ever. That is why they kicked him immediately. And that's why they asked him the first thing they wanted when they raided the house, which I don't agree with, but they raided the house. They did what they did. They're under a lot of pressure. And I understand the concept of exigent circumstances, which is what they're claiming. That's why they, even though they haven't used the word exigent circumstances, a police officer is not required to produce a search warrant if there are exigent circumstances, like per se, a cop comes to your house, a police officer comes to your house, and he doesn't have a warrant, and he hears you screaming inside the house. That is considered exigent circumstances. So he's putting his boot in the door, and then he comes, and every judge out there is going to say that was cool to do. Now, that said, what's going on here with Miss Guthrie and the timetable that they're dealing with and the amount of pressure and the fact that she's not on her meds, the fact that she is on a pacemaker, the fact that she's 84 years old. It's the law as we know it, and I work for lawyers, okay? So I will tell you, the law is very forgiving in these situations, okay? Should it have happened? No, it didn't. I think what did happen was that somebody thought they recognized this poor guy under the ski mask, tipped in a line, and then of course they're going to respond. They have to respond. He's the general size. He's a delivery guy. Okay, they knew everything about him before they even pulled him over, and they just wanted to really look at the phones and assess him and his mother, and they were none too gentle about it. And I feel awful bad for the guy himself. I feel terrible that his life was invaded like that. But I'm cutting the cops a lot of slack here because we're trying to save somebody's life. This isn't a stolen bicycle. Okay, so that's just my read on it, and I guarantee you that will be the judge's read on it, and the legal system's read on it. Exigent circumstances. Somebody is either about to die or is already dead, and you got power being excised on them from the president who's injected himself into this, to the director of the FBI, who has injected himself into this, which I have qualms about either way, but that's here nor there. Okay, there is a whole heap of pressure, not to mention social media. These people are being called inept. They're being called corrupt. They're being called idiots. They're every kind of foul. I really do feel for this entire situation, and that I have to include the cops and the FBI. This is the most contaminated crime scene in the history of crime scenes. You have every YouTuber on the planet, including one of my friends that lives down the road from me, literally, okay, that's been there for days, creeping around in the bushes. Normally, they put up crime scene tape, and don't you bring your behind on the other side of that. But they don't even know where the crime scene is.
Okay, I'm sorry. I want to follow what you're saying, but I need to it's my turn to interject now because I'm very confused. I asked a question and I'm listening for a response and I'm not hearing one. So do you know?
I didn't hear anything about DNA. I thought I made that clear. I didn't hear anything about DNA.
I think putting in chat is right. It did originate from a tip, but I did see it reported on a news channel, and I just tried to Google it so I could email Carolyn a link to back up what I'm saying, but the police have not specified, so far as I can say, what DNA specifically, led to their detaining Carlos. They're not saying what that I can find, but I'm not the know-all, right? So that's why I asked if anybody has heard specifically DNA from what source. And I was
didn't
listening to
hear
what
it,
you're
yeah.
saying, and it's valid, but I didn't hear an answer. So if I missed the train or missed the memo, please correct me if you answered that already.
Okay, don't be snarky. I'm not sending out memos. It's not that big a deal to me. One.
Oh no, I'm not
Two,
being
I
snarky
have
at
not,
all.
I've
I'm
not
just
heard. I've not heard anything about DNA, and the reason why I have not heard about the DNA is because I am not watching TV as you know it. I cannot stand TV as you know it because it's so convoluted. If you're not confused, you don't know what's going on. People are all motivated in different kind of ways. I don't believe anything coming out of Ashley Banfield's mouth. I absolutely don't. Now, what I do watch, and I'm very religious. That's the wrong word. I'm very
consistent, maybe.
I'm very adamant about this. Is I love my YouTube, and I love listening to law enforcement when they're making their updates.
Would it surprise you to know that I don't watch TV either? I only watch YouTube and social media, and that's it. So we're the same.
Oh, okay. I just got tired of hearing about little blue pills. You know
that makes sense.
But that all that being said, you know, nothing that I have heard, and I thought I was up on everything because I've got something at my house that's dialed into any time that there's a new posting of it. I get it in seconds. I get it on my phone. I get it on my network of computers. I mean, I've got a whole AI thing that is dedicated to this poor woman's case right now. And I have not heard anything from the police about the FBI about DNA. I have not even heard why they actually targeted this guy. I'm making the assumption, and I hate to do it because that's not hard evidence, but I'm making the assumption, ma'am, that it was a tip line that came in, and the only way that could happen is somebody out there thought they recognized somebody underneath that ski mask. That's how I got there. But I've not heard anything from any credible source, meaning the police themselves, that there was a DNA connection.
No, I didn't hear it either.
Yeah, I'm looking
and
for
they would announce it. They would announce it. And if they had DNA, guaranteed that young man would still be in a jail cell somewhere. I can guarantee it. There's just too much pressure, and DNA is hard. It's one of those things. It's like a fingerprint. Okay, there is no such thing as it wasn't me. Look, your DNA is there. Okay, I don't care if your geo cell phone doesn't put you there. Your DNA is there, and you need to explain why your DNA is at this crime scene. And I've yet to hear anything about that. And if you know something that I don't know, I would love to know it, because I don't know it all. I'm just going by what I do know, and that's why I only listen to law enforcement.
Yeah,
I don't want Ashley Banfield's interpretation of what he thinks is happening.
No, I actually saw the link. I wish I would have saved it, but earlier tonight when I was helping out on another channel, somebody brought it up, and I just happened to see it while I was searching for a credible source, news source, to give to the person in chat. And I wish that I would have copied it and saved it. So the closest that I found, and I'm trying to pull it up, I have the link, but I don't know. Again, I'm tech challenged, so I don't want to hang up here. I'll send it to you, Caroline, after we hang up, because I don't want to fat finger the thing. But basically, it's a link to a news source on the internet where it is reported that Carlos, he's quoted on what he was detained for and what the cops told him. It was a traffic stop, to the credit of chat. I don't recall who said it, but they're right. So thank you for adding that detail, because it's right. And the only specific detail regarding delivery is that Carlos brought up in the link I'll send you, Carolyn, after I hang up, that he was asked about delivering a package to Nancy Guthrie's house.
Okay.
And he said, and I'm near quoting here, and you'll see it, but he said, I might have delivered a package to Nancy Guthrie's house. And that was it. So, and for somebody that does deliveries, I don't blame him. He's not going to remember every single thing. But yeah, I do want to dig more into that. But I was just curious if y'all have heard of that. So yeah.
Let me tell you what the FBI says about it. Okay. And I'm going to read it. I'm going to quote it to you. As of February 11, 2026, there is no publicly confirmed DNA evidence directly linking the detained man to the disappearance of Nancy Guthrie. Now, however you want to interpret that is entirely up to you. But that is what I'm reading. It goes on to say, mother of the embassy anchor, Savannah Guthrie, FBI agents are now searching for evidence near the Arizona home, including testing items like gloves for DNA, following the release of images showing an armed masked gun figure. Okay? The FBI is saying, now maybe they're lying. Okay, maybe they're lying, but they're very specific when they say there is no publicly confirmed DNA evidence directly linking the detained man to the disappearance of Nancy Guthrie. I don't know what else to tell you.
Yeah, I mean, I respect law enforcement. I mean, you know,
maybe they're lying.
This may be their first rodeo with a case this big. I have no idea, but yeah, I do follow Pima County, as well as some local news stations there in Arizona, because I'm not there as well. So speaking of the glove, and thank you once again, it's like we're in sync here, because you know what I'm going to ask next. The glove. Okay. So they did find a glove. So what is y'all's and chat's opinion on if the glove related to the case? What are y'all thinking? Because the results haven't come back yet. Is it not related, or are you guys on the fence?
I'm not on the fence anywhere. I think that the gloves, there's more. I'm going to sound like my dad here. There's more than a middling chance that these gloves were just tossed down for fame and fortune. Okay. And as to, in the case that I am wrong, and I really hope that I am, I hope this guy was stupid enough to throw his gloves down on the ground. I really pray that this is the case. Okay. Now here's where this gets muddied. Okay. Are you familiar with a database called CODIS?
Yes.
Okay. If he's not in the CODIS database, the DNA means squat.
Not necessarily.
Well,
I mean, let's think about
they could have a relative. They could have a relative. They might have a relative in there.
Yeah, exactly.
No, there is that. There is that, and if you go with the mitochondrial DNA, then yeah, you're going to pop somebody up. Okay, but I'm saying that if he is not, if he's not in CODIS, then if they get a solid suspect, now they have DNA to compare that to his DNA. So it's overwhelmingly helpful in that regard. Okay. I don't think in my heart of hearts, ma'am, that they pulled this guy out of the blue sky on a traffic stop. Yeah, you were speeding. You didn't put on your turn signal. Oh, by the way, were you over at the Guthrie house again? I'm just so not there. Oh, okay. And then then that leads me to think, well, they pulled it over. It was a fictitious traffic stop, which is what they typically do when they want to stop you and really jam you up. It's a BS tip, blah, 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 blah. But actually, they have something more sinister in that's why Homeland Security shows up behind the cops. That's your clue that this is bigger than you not making a traffic turn like you're supposed to or speeding. All that being said, okay, the only way they would have his tag is because somebody outed him. Now, the only way they would out him, as far as I can tell, is that somebody thought they recognized, well, right back to what I said originally, somebody thought they recognized this guy through his eyes, whatever body build, size of his butt, whatever it was that made the connection for them, and they outed him to the FBI or local PD, in which case they tracked him down, and then they made a bogus traffic stop justifying the stop to keep the courts from saying, hey, you just can't be jacking people up for no reason. So they made this, and then once they had him, then things just kind of took on a life of its own, which clearly they know about this man. They say he's not a suspect. He was never arraigned. Well, let me tell you something. When you're being detained, either it's a kidnapping or you're under arrest. Okay, there's no middle ground here. And they were so positive about it that without a warrant, they tore up his home, mother's home, and broke down doors. From what I'm understanding, garage doors have been broken into, front door got the boot. They were very serious about going into this house, and that's all because of exigent circumstances. But within 2 hours, 3 hours, they went over the phones, and the only thing I can go back to science again is, the evidence doesn't lie. It doesn't have the capacity to lie. It's not biased. They went over his phone, and I know they went over his phone because they admitted that they seized all the electronic devices. So they grabbed all the phones.
Right, but now they're saying she asked about the glove, and we're on Carlos again.
I'm like, ooh, I had a spinning.
My theory, can I give my theory on the glove?
Yes, please.
Okay.
But before you do, I just want to thank Twisted because I do agree with Twisted. And Rosalita, I feel you, girl, because I have one of my symptoms of my chronic conditions is I tremble in my hands. So typing is hard for me all the time. So you're in good company.
Okay.
You are in good company too, because I suffer from RA. That's why I'm on.
So sorry. My mama does too. Yeah.
I've been an electrician and a commercial industrial electrician for the best part of 40 years. That means that my hands, my wife used to meet me at my house. Meet me at the house. My wife used to meet me in the living room with a stainless steel salad bowl filled with ice water and cubes to go with it before the RA even showed up because of the amount of stress that I put on my hands by pulling wire that weighs 2 pounds a foot. And I'm torquing up my knuckles with pipe bender handles. I severely damaged my paws over decades.
I'm so sorry. I really feel you on that. My mama also has neuropathy, so yeah. So Carolyn, what were you going to add to it?
Yeah, well, I'll tell you. I said it in the beginning of this program. Now, here's what it is. It's these gloves. You saw a picture of them. They're in my thumbnail. They are no way, shape, or form have been out there for 11 days. They haven't been out there for 10 days. This glove looked as clean. Down there it's dusty. That's what everybody out there is saying, how dusty it is, right? In the desert. And it's just, they look brand new. They look, and they're on the side of the road, and they're on like a little thing. And the whole thing, if you watch it, there's a video of this, and the one FBI girl, it really looks like a scene from CSI or something. Goes, "What'd you find there? A glove?" "Oh yeah." and then he's parked like right there. It's just, I'm sorry. To me,
I didn't even realize
It-
that. So, okay, so say again. So you said it wasn't dusty at
it
all? 'Cause
wasn't
I haven't
dusty
seen
at all.
close
You
up.
could see it in my thumbnail. I put a big picture
Okay.
of it.
Yeah.
There's not dusty at all. It's like taken inside out, and it just looks like it's placed there on one of those. I don't know what kind of shrub it's called, but it looks like a stick thing, and the glove is just there, right on the side of the road, right where you would walk if you didn't want to, get run over by a car. So then the white FBI truck is there, and then the one girl comes by and she goes, "What'd you find there? A glove?" And he's like, "Yeah." And then he gets the evidence bag, and you see him, putting in the evidence bag. Now the one glove is turned into a pair of gloves. So I don't even understand about that, because I heard they found a glove, but by tonight, it's been a pair of gloves.
Yeah, that's a great point. The dust settling on top of something to determine if it's fresh, if it's been there for a while. Yeah, reminds me of the glove at the 1122 King Road too. I missed the beginning of the show, so thanks for that.
The gloves
So
I've
the next
seen-
subject that I wanted to jump to is the POA. There's lots of confusion over Tommaso. I am probably butchering that. I'm a Southern girl. I don't
Tommaso
know how to
is fine.
speak that way. Okay, so people think that it was a POA for Nancy. Okay, power of attorney, and it has been found out. It was somebody, I don't remember who put it in my brain. Hey, that doesn't regard Nancy at all. So I looked it up, and come to find out, there's some debt there. Now, I'm confused on the whole transactional thing. So let me just say that out of the gate. If anybody wants to clue me in when I'm done with my question, then please do. I'm always open to being corrected. Okay, so Tommaso's power of attorney was taken out because apparently they, when they bought their house in 2025, whatever company that they went through required them basically, okay, so if Annie passes away, then who's going to pay for the house type of thing. So he had the power of attorney initially. Later, he transferred it to Annie. I don't know. Now, that, number one, so I guess I have two questions. This is question one. Question one is, I don't think that there was a transfer. Was there a transfer? Because if they bought a house together, then I would think that the company would require the same of Annie to have a POA over Tommaso, as well as Tommaso having one over Annie, so that if one passes away, then the other could be held responsible and saying, hey, I'll finish paying on the house. And the second question regarding that is in May of 2025, oh no, sorry, let me back up. How did the transaction of buying that house come about? It was like, what, 600 something thousand dollars?
600.
And then there was an article, again, I read so much true crime, I don't even know. But I did see it on a news source that they, Annie and Tommaso, owed 2025 property taxes.
That's what I heard.
So
I mean, I heard
they didn't
that through
do
someone
that.
too.
So
yeah.
how does all that come together? But I also want to encourage everybody in the chat and here that if you see people, bickering about, well, why did Tommaso have power of attorney over Nancy? Please correct them, because it is a fact that it was not over, Nancy at all. It was over their purchasing their own house, which is unrelated.
Okay.
So do
Now,
you
I
guys
did
know
know-
about the whole money debt thing regarding the house that they bought and the taxes that they didn't pay?
Now, I did know, and I mentioned earlier a couple of days ago to Miss Carolyn that they were backed up in taxes when me and you were having that debate about how they're going to come up with millions of dollars and they can't afford to keep their taxes. Okay,
Right.
I remember vividly having that conversation, and I knew through my source that that's now this whole power of attorney thing, that's a total mystery to me. I would have to, before I made a judgment call on that, I want, like I saw with the property tax appraiser's office, okay, I want to see the POA myself before I come to any conclusions on that, because
I have
that could
pictures
be
of that. I'm going to email you, Carolyn, right now with that.
Okay. All right. I can send it to him if. Yeah.
Yeah, I
I didn't know. I didn't know
want
anything about it. I've heard like little bits and pieces, but I thought that was people mostly. I think that was. I thought those people speculating that could he have done this because he had a power of attorney on Nancy, but I didn't think anybody was really thinking that concretely they saw anything like that. That's my thought. Yeah.
Well, the article I just sent you actually has screenshots. I don't know if it goes to another app. Again, it's late, so I'm flighty, so I apologize. But I did send it, Carolyn, that article. So if it opens to another app, it's unintentional. I'm sure it's somewhere else if you don't want to do that. But it does have pictures of the actual POA about a third down.
I actually would like to see that.
I'll send it out. Yeah, I'll send it out to you.
Yeah, you got my email. Yeah, just forward it to me. Not that I have a problem with you knowing my everybody knows my name that has access to a computer. There is no such thing as doxing Michael. Okay, if I was worried about getting doxxed, I probably shouldn't have put my name in commercially sold software in the credits. Okay, so, I got doxxed like 22 years ago, I think. Okay, I mean, even my partner doxxed the hell out of me at our website. Okay, which I don't care about, but I just want to make, I'm not, don't read something into that okay.
Not at all. I actually had to ask my 15-year-old what doxing meant, like, about a week and a half ago? Yeah, that's how, I don't even know. They have these words.
I get stalked all the time. I've been hacked so many times, it's become like a national pastime to a certain group of individuals.
Okay, I just sent it to you, UHP. Let's see if
but I would, somebody, I'm not a lawyer and I didn't go to law school, but it doesn't mean I don't understand what's going on with the law.
Oh, yeah, you don't need school to understand stuff. Yeah.
I consult for lawyers. So I read, and I'm involved in case histories, real ones that are being tried as we speak. So I would actually want to see the verbiage.
All right, you can see it. You just go look, check out the link. You'll see it's there.
But here's my problem with the POA and why I didn't even investigate it. Okay, simply because the POA in relation to what's going on here really holds no water. If the woman is gone and it goes into the estate, unless she's specified something weird in her will, which I have not read, okay, just because I'm thinking that would be just too invasive for me to actually do that, inject myself into that. Like, the property by default is going to go to everybody to begin with. So if the POA really doesn't matter by my way of thinking, if the woman is declared deceased, God forbid, and I'm using that verbiage specifically, then the property is going to go back to the daughters and the son, and Tommaso, who's related by marriage. They get the money by default. It doesn't matter.
Well, inheritance, I don't know if it's everywhere, but inheritance is not mutual property.
No, I'm aware of that. What I'm saying, if the will, which would be to me more important than the POA, if the will excludes them, if let's just say Grandma decides I'm not giving up shit, I'm donating my house to the SPCA.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Now the POA is a major thing. Okay, but other than that, Mom goes by default. The daughters and the son inherit the estate. They sell the estate. Everybody's done with their financial.
Yeah, I don't know why everybody. I think everybody was just. I think people were just. I don't know, making something out of something that
It
was.
just doesn't. It just doesn't make any sense.
Yeah.
And you will have to, as far as the young lady in the on the Zoom here. I'm not judging them. I'm not judging them at all. Because I'm not in their shoes. I've been on this planet for over better than half a century, almost 3/4 of a century. I quit judging people a long time ago. Walk a mile in my shoes routine, to understand things. And that goes for me as well. I hope people feel that way towards me. That's why I do that. But I am concerned, and I've made very serious statements, that they're not responding in the way that I would respond, and that could be quasi-judgmental, I guess. I don't mean it that way. I'm saying that there's a disconnect here between the way that I would act and the way that Carolyn openly admits, and about 6 million other people on the planet would admit that they would be doing that is not happening. Take the vigil out of the equation. Prayer, non-prayer, the vigil. Take that out of the equation. There are things that are missing here that are very, very troubling to me. They are. I cannot get around it.
And what I was trying to point out is that I want to encourage people, because myself included. So whenever I, gave an encouragement to you guys, like everybody listening here on replay, about the power of attorney being property related and not related to the medical decisions regarding Nancy Guthrie.
Right.
That was key for me. So before I correct other people or encourage them to be on guard about something, trust and believe it's because this girl right here, Holly is my name. It's on the screen if you didn't know. For the other guy in chat, Michael, I think you said your name was.
Yeah.
And it's nice to meet you, by the way. I apologize for not saying that earlier, but because I made the same mistake. I too assumed wrongly about the power of attorney being, that's got to have to do with Nancy, because I had never heard of a power of attorney being for property, but it makes total sense. And I'm, like I said at the start of me calling in, I'm always happy to be corrected. I don't know everything. So that was something that I learned that I was thankful for. And I just see a lot of people, blaming why does Tommaso have power of attorney? Because Savannah appeared to be the closest with her mom and all this and that. So, but yeah, I got schooled basically. It wasn't in a disrespectful way. Again, I observed somebody say that it had to do with the house. And I was like, what is this? So I looked it up and I was like, okay, well, I stand corrected and I'm good with that. So,
right.
Yeah, it's so easily to get, especially in this day and age, there are far too many people hanging on specific verbiage rather than, I'm sorry, I'm speaking like hell right now. I deal for the last 22 years in a field of study called NLP, natural language processing. So I hang on to stuff that I shouldn't, and I think people are hanging on to every single word that comes out of somebody's mouth rather than the intent in which it is said. Like me, I'm talking about a vigil that I would be holding. Okay, granted, that's just me, and I'd be doing a lot more than that. I mean, I would be raising some kind of hell if my mama were missing. I mean, there would be no safe place on earth that you could hide from the exposure that I would be giving it. And I shouldn't demand that from everybody, but it just strikes me as off that there's a disconnect I factored in shock, but shock is done and gone. I factored in the, if you will, I factor in the notoriety of this particular daughter, and I'm right back to square one. Why are you not using your own power of notoriety to turn over every single rock on this planet till you find your mom dead or alive? And I get it. You got privacy issues. But there is no privacy for her. Okay, not at this point. There's no problem. Okay, she's had to hire security guards. Privacy is out the window. So that being said, I'm right back to square one. There's something missing here. I see it. I feel it. I see it in their look. I feel it in my heart. I hear it when they're talking. I see it when she's reading a script rather than coming from her heart.
Yeah.
There's something missing here.
It's
like a paid actor.
Right. And speaking of that, Carolyn, I just emailed you because now I must confess to you, I got a lot of faults. Lying's not one of them. So truthfully, I have no idea about the video I just sent you, but I love the behavior panel. Okay. I have been intending to watch it, but I have not yet. But I am all about body language, and the behavior panel marks my favorite, just calling it out. They analyze the body language of the videos that you were just talking about, Michael. So Carolyn sent you a link to that, if ever. You don't have to, of course. It's your show, but if you want to ever do it. And going off of the vigil idea that you had, Michael, what about, Carolyn doing an online vigil? Wouldn't that be cool? What's to stop creators from doing it? I mean, why don't I do it, friends? Because I am technology challenged. I admit my faults, and I'm limited, and I have limited use in my hand.
I'll tell you why I don't do it.
Otherwise, I would totally do it. I don't know why I care so much about this case, but I do. I don't know anybody personally in the case. I just care about it. So I make no apologies for it.
I'm right there with you. And let me tell you exactly why, with my semi-technical skills, that I have not done that. I have not done that, ma'am, because it will bring a whole heap of people that are all bad actors. It just will. Everything will be destroyed. The entire thing would just be destroyed because there are some people who are very angry with me and would love to just tear up anything I come up with. They know who I am.
I'm lost here. I don't understand what you're saying. So are you speaking to why you wouldn't consider doing a vigil because people are angry with you? I don't understand.
Yeah, I think that's what he's saying.
Okay.
Yeah, they would tear it up. It'd be filled up with trolls in seconds.
See, I have no idea who you are, but I mean, I don't understand. Yeah, I get that. It is very courageous, to say the least, for any creator to be out here. I mean, Carolyn, goodness night, she puts herself out there, and here I am with, chronic conditions that come on sometimes the symptoms in seconds. That's why if I did YouTube ever, I would never cam up, because I can't predict what's going to happen. So for whatever reason, Michael, I'm sorry that, people have made you feel that way or treated you in a bad way. That's just not okay.
Well, I made a choice. I made a choice in 2017, and I knew that it would bring down the wrath of God on me. Rather than sell what I was doing, okay, I chose to give the science to the world. And I did just that. Okay, and some people could not cash in on it, and they don't hold the rights to it, and they became very, very angry with me. And it's about money. I should be right now on a 50-foot yacht in the Bahamas somewhere. And that's exactly what kind of money it would have brought to me and my partner. But we chose to give the science to the world, to share it with the world, and that's exactly what we did. And there's repercussions for that.
So if you guys, chat included, please participate. It really helps the channel, and like and subscribe if you haven't already. And panel, what would you, if y'all could, in a respectful way, say any of your hang-ups, for lack of a better word, about the way the investigation is going, what would it be?
Oh, well, I've made my views extremely clear on it. This investigation from day one has been held with Neolithic incompetence.
You know, a lot of times though, there, like, if those of us remember the Idaho 4, people were going crazy, and everybody was saying, just calm down. You don't know what's going on behind the scenes. You don't know what's going on behind. They're not doing anything. They're not doing anything. And it happens in a lot of cases. It's because we live with instant gratification, and we believe in full transparency, and we're not going to get that. And every time when they do release this stuff, I always say, you see, look what they were doing when everybody said they were doing nothing. They were doing nothing. But so, but this.
I'm basing what I'm saying on the way that the physical evidence.
Oh, no. I'm not saying that this doesn't mean they're not having problems, but you always have to remember, and it's hard because everybody wants instant gratification, that there is a lot of stuff we don't know that what's going on. Yes, there's been a lot of craziness here, like releasing the crime scene, coming back and making it a crime scene again. You know, all the people that trampled all over it in the days that they took the crime scene tape down. You know, there's been big flub ups like that. Yeah.
You know, that's what I'm basing. I'm basing it on. Okay, when I see YouTubers, okay, with their little phones, creeping around in this woman's backyard, okay, trying to videotape anything, okay, when I see them in proximity to the Annie Guthrie house, let me make sure I get these people sorted out in my mind here, because there's so many players in it, it's hard for me to keep up. When I see some YouTuber with nothing more than his phone in such proximity that he can see the black light going while they're searching the Annie Guthrie house, which is like an eighth of a mile off the road, covered in brush. Okay, while they are searching for this blood trace evidence with what undeniably would be luminol, I'm saying to myself, why have you not secured this crime scene? Why are people running around trampling on evidence everywhere that could possibly link something to something? And it's just, it's the best way I've heard it described, and I'm not going to say who said it, but it's been a total shit show.
Yeah.
That's why, you know, I don't know what's going on behind the scenes, and I'm not going to pretend that I do. What I'm saying is, from what I have seen in this case, I physically saw it myself. Hey, Mike, I'm there. Okay, check it out. I'm looking at the back of the house. Creeping around in the backyard while they're doing a search in the house. How is that possible?
Yeah, it's crazy. I mean,
how did this guy with no military training just, are you guys like not cordoning off the scene? You're doing a 3-hour hard target search. Why is this house not crime scene up? Why do you not have the cops creeping around, running everybody off that could possibly contaminate this crime scene, which could lead to this woman's rescue? What are you doing? This is something that just, Ma'am, you've been following crime something for 40 years. When's the last time you've seen a crime scene that didn't have gobs of crime scene tape? The whole thing just broke it off.
This is the first time, really.
That's what I'm. That's what I'm
basing.
That's what I'm basing. I don't even care if the sheriff was at the ball game with his kid. I have a personal interest in it, but that doesn't make him a bad person. Maybe he just needed a break. Maybe he needed to hang out.
Maybe he promised his kid. Maybe it's kid's birthday. Yeah. That doesn't bother me so much.
There's a host of reasons why. And his people, his subordinates got this thing under control. This thing will survive 4 or 5 hours while I'm gone. There's a host of reasons why. I don't condemn him for that. I'm not condemning anybody. I'm just saying from what I have personally seen, this is the most contaminated crime scene in the history of crime scenes.
Well, yeah. Can I tell you something that I just found out, and I only found it out through I believe it was a reporter, that the blood that was on the porch goes all the way down the sidewalk. Did you know that?
I heard about that.
I told you that the other day because I couldn't believe it. I said to everybody, I said, do you guys think the blood is just on that porch area? And they're all like, yeah. And I'm like, I just saw a reporter right now with the phone take pictures, and it goes down like a few steps, and then it's regular gray cement, and there's a big crack in it, and where that big crack is, he's showing blood droplets.
I saw that too. Yeah, I'm glad you brought
that.
And I'm like, but that hasn't been said out in the that's been released there. They keep talking. The one time it mentioned, it said that the blood went down a path. It said to the road, I think it said. And I said, well, how come nobody else said that? And then 2 days ago, I see this guy. I can't remember if it was Brian Enton or whoever it was taking it with and I said, oh my gosh, the blood is there too. But they keep just saying the blood is on the porch. Has that blood been tested? Whose blood is it? Is that hers too? That was really outrageous to me.
Yeah, it was outrageous to me too. Like I said, the only reason why I have a personal investment in this, I don't know that Guthrie's from Adam. I don't wish him no ill will, that's for sure. And I sure as hell a hope for a positive outcome. The only reason why I have injected myself into this is because the U.S. government has asked me to, has asked everybody to. Have anybody seen anything, any tips calling in? They injected me into this. Otherwise, I would be coding or doing something else because I've seen enough bloodshed in my lifetime for this not to matter a whole lot. And I don't say that sounds cold, and maybe it is, but that is just the reality of it. So I mean, this is not a shocker to me. I should say it that way. Okay, I want that old lady to come home. I want that old lady to come home alive.
What?
Sorry, go ahead, sir.
I want that old lady to come home alive. That I don't want another body. I've seen too many. Okay, I can't. My soul is struggling here, and the only reason why I'm involved at all is because I'm trying to pay homage to what is going on. I'm not going to solve anything. I'm just trying to contribute it in my own way, which is through science. Okay, to keep people straight.
Okay, so we all have to have closing thoughts because it's 5:00 in the morning. So to the woman in Texas, you have your 2 minutes.
Holly in Texas, yes.
Yeah, no, I'm just trying to make a pun, like I guess we're from the Congress,
Oh, got it. Yeah. So
yes.
Okay. I'm slow to the game.
Okay.
So. Well, I'm so glad that I was able to have the opportunity to hopefully get you guys wheels turning. And I really, just as a personal note, Carolyn, I do pray for your channel to grow.
Oh, thank
for
you.
what it's worth. Because I do see that you really push for those likes. I appreciate that you're not a grifter. You never are. I like your variety on your channel. And I hope that people subscribe and share because you give a good mixed bag here
Thank
in a
you.
good way.
Thank you.
Here, yeah, I
Appreciate
do
that.
appreciate you. Followed you for a long
Well
time.
said. Well said, Miss Holly.
She still has her 2 minutes.
I also am glad that I had the opportunity to share what I have learned so far. It continues to be a fluid investigation. I get it. And at the end of the day, Michael, I think that you are doing your due diligence as well. We are. We need to be about the truth, not necessarily on one side of the fence or the other.
Right.
Wherever the facts lead, that's where we need to go. And I confess to y'all that I'm resisting losing hope that she is still with us,
Yeah.
this side of here.
Right.
I truly am. I'm struggling with that, and I confess that. So, for anybody that does pray or wants to send me some positive thoughts or what have you, I will take them because it's not over till it's over.
Right.
That's right.
It's my
Amen.
first time to call in. It's nice to meet you guys.
Yeah, thank
And-
you. And thank you for sending that stuff on the POA.
Yes.
Yeah,
Yeah.
appreciate that.
Yeah, I want to look at that, and I will respond to you, Miss Holly from Texas, specifically on my thoughts as a legal amateur, whatever. Okay, on my read on the verbiage of that POA because it's important.
Okay. And now my 2 minutes. Thank you, everybody. God bless. And thank you for coming. Thank you for spending this time with us. Thank you for all of your thoughts. Wherever you are, you're welcome to have your thoughts. Just do it respectfully. Be kind, because that's the most important thing. Be kind. Remember, everybody's going through something. So prayers for the whole community. I love you guys. God bless. Stay well, and we'll see you tomorrow. Take care, everybody.
See ya.
See you.
Good night, guys.
Good night.
Till next
Good
time.
night.
Yeah, good night.